Hello guys and welcome to my channel. In today's video, I'm going to show you my top 5 video editors that you can use and watch out for in 2023. I'll start from the least one to the best ones that I have used. The fifth one on the list is Kdenlive. You can find it by just coming to kdenlive.org and you can just go ahead, download it and install it. So let me show you how to use Kdenlive for beginners purpose. Kdenlive is an open source software that you can use and reuse and share with your friends. So to get to Kdenlive, all you need to do is to come to kdenlive.org/ing to give you the English version of it. Okay, so this is the latest release. 22.08.2 is the latest version. Okay, and to download the free software, all you need to do is just move to download over here and you can see it down here. It's available in different versions for different machines, different operating systems. You can have it for Windows, you can have it for Linux operating system, and you have it for Mac operating system as well, especially for Intel users of Mac. Okay, so just go ahead and download it. It's very easy to download. I've got about 10 reasons why Kdenlive is the best software for 2023. You can check out this about Kdenlive. You can see it is a multi-track video editing software. You can see quite a lot in terms of it can admit or use videos and audios in different formats, multiple formats. It has configurable interface and shortcuts. You can make it available for yourself. You can have this titler, a platform that you can easily develop and animate your titles very easy and nice. Many effects and transitions are in Kdenlive. You'll find exceptional effects and transitions that can bring your videos to the next level. Okay, you can have different kind of audio and video scopes to help you in defining and in identifying the color correction and color grading of your footage. Then you have the opportunity to do proxy editing. Okay, Kdenlive can automatically allow for low resolution. You can make it low resolution during the editing to be able to use it on any kind of software, on any kind of machine, and then later on you can export or render it in full resolution. Then you can have automatic backup. As you are working, it's automatically backing up your footage and your editing process, and it has the online add-on that you can use to easily access this very software and use it. Okay, and it has exceptional timeline preview, so within the editing process you'll be able to preview your footage in the timeline as you are editing gradually. Okay, so then you have keyframeable effects. You can play around with the keyframes, increase or decrease, play around with how the footage comes in and out, and what are the areas you need to emphasize or downscale or thereabout. And then you have themable interface. You can change it to dark or white depending on your choice. You can customize all these. So Kdenlive is the software for 2020 if you are interested in bringing in exceptional technology in video editing and editing your footage. So let's start by downloading the software and installing it, and I'll show you exactly the process on how to use it for beginners purpose. So let's get started. I've just installed it, so I just click to open it. Alright, so once you open your Kdenlive, this is what you will see. This is the platform. So generally you will have the project bin at the top left over here, and then you have the clip monitor and you have the project monitor. Down here you have the timeline, and over here you have the effects compositions, what we refer to as the effect properties taskbar. You see it over here. So over here you have the description of the kind of media you brought in. Is it a video, which is something like this, or is it an audio, which is something like this? And you have other properties like the lock and unlock buttons. Okay, and down here you have the effect, the playing control. Okay, so you can play, you can pause, you can move from one clip to another. So all you need to do is to start from the project bin where you can import your media, be it a photo, be it an audio or a video. Okay, so you can come over here to this small import, small arrow. You can just click and you can add media from, you can add a clip or you can add a folder if you want to work on different subfolders, or you can add color clip, or you can add image sequence, or you can have title clips or thereabout, or you can just click on this second one to just quickly add a folder and you can start. And then you can come over here and you can click on this small icon and you'll have the option to incorporate different kind of properties on the media that you've uploaded. If you want to show the dates, you want to show description, and you want to show ratings, you you can click to enable all this in the media you've just uploaded. And over here you have the sort icon. You can sort it according to coloration or thereabout. So to start with, let's try to import a media from a clip. Okay, so let's try to add a clip from our computer. So just click to add it, and then you can navigate within your system to find the location where you have saved that particular media that you want to bring in. So for example, I want to bring in this video that comes in with an audio as well. So once you select it, you click on OK, it's going to be automatically be imported. So once a video is imported, you will have two screens like I've explained before. This is the clip monitor. As you double click over here, you will be able to see the video preview from the clip monitor, and when you bring the video down to the timeline, that's when you see the video playing on the clip on the project monitor. So right now, once you hit on this play, it's going to start playing from the clip monitor, so you can play it to have a preview. So this is from the clip monitor, and then once you want to bring in a media into it, one thing we should pay attention to is the importation properties. This is asking us to change or to switch the clip to 1920 by 1070. This is what it has, so we can say switch to just take it at 30 frame rates per second. You can try to drag the clip by just clicking and holding, and once you bring it into the timeline, you can see the preview. You can see how it is being dropped. You can move it around the clip. You can start from the beginning, or you can start from anywhere within the timeline. Okay, so let's say we start from the beginning and just withdraw our hand, and if you want to kickstart the clip from the project menu or from the timeline, you just need to hit the space bar, or you can come you just need to come to the project menu and you can just hit on the play, and it's going to start playing, and it's going to start playing from the timeline. And if you want to play from the clip monitor, you can start playing from here. So this is the first thing on how to bring in. So there are different kind of effects, compositions, clip properties, which at any given point, if you want to see the properties of a particular clip, once you click on this clip properties, you see it over here. You have all the properties you are looking out for on this particular clip, and down here you have other options like the properties, and like the audio properties, you have it over here, like the markers. If in cases when you have markers in the video, you will be able to have it here, the metadata if you have any, and the analysis if you have any. You will see them all from here, but right now we are just concentrating on the general properties of the clip. And then down here, go back to the clip bin. So the next thing you want to do is you can lock and unlock the timeline so that you may not be able to add anything. So once you lock this and you lock the audio channel, you may not be able to add anything. So if, for example, we try to duplicate this by just right clicking on this clip, and we can come over here and say duplicate this clip, and we try to drag it and drop it in, you can see it cannot enter the timeline because we've locked it. So if you want it to enter, then you have to unlock this. Okay, you can have to unlock this, and then you, at this point now, you'll be able to enter, and you can see it has been added to the same timeline. Let me take you through some of the key properties of the timeline. So for example, the first is you may want to edit this clip. Okay, so do not use this timeline during the editing. You can just kind of disable a given timeline using this icon, or you can use the selection tool or the shortcut key S. Once you use the selection tool, you will be able to move the clip just like so. You can select it, you can drag it and move it left or right as you so wish. The next is the clipping or the razor tool, which you can reach by using the Ctrl X. So once you hit on the razor tool, you will be able to have this red line, which it enables you to cut at any given point of your choice. So if you want to cut here, you just need to left click, and you can see it has just cut that place. You can left click here and it cuts the clip also at that point. Left click and it cuts it at that very point. So another thing you may want to do is maybe at a given point you may want to delete a given section of the clip. So let's say we'll go back to the selection tool, and maybe you want to delete this section of the clip by just selecting, right clicking, and we have a bunch of options. For example, there are two things we may do. We may delete we may extract the effect. Okay, or let's say we may delete selected item. Once we click on delete selected item, we can see it has just deleted the selected item from here, and we can undo this, and then we can do a ripple delete which you can do, it will delete it and it will not leave any space, so which means it will grab this end of the clip and connect it to the other end. So this is ripple delete, and to do that you can just do extract clip. So once you do extract clip, you can see it has removed it and then bring back the other clip section and clip it to the other end. Okay, so this is ripple delete. Another way you can do this is you can still select it, right click and say delete selection, and then you can come over here and right click on the empty space and remove space. So once you remove space, you can see it has done the same thing. So it removes the space and it clips the other end to the other end. Okay, so this is how to do ripple delete in Kdenlive. So the next property is the space tool. Okay, you can use that, you can do that by using Ctrl M, and what this enables you to do is to move the whole clip without tempering or altering with the spacing in between. So if you select this space tool, all you need to do is to come over here and you try to select. You can see it has selected the entire clips, and once you move, it's going to move the entire clip left or right without mindless of the spacing in between. Or ordinarily, without selecting the space tool, if you are on the selection tool, if you try to move, it's not going to move just like so, except if you want to move a clip at a time. Okay, one clip at a time. But if you have the space tool selected, you can move the entire clip together. Okay, so you can see you can move it left or right at the same time. Next is we have the slipping tool. Okay, slip tool enable you to move the clip forward or backward within a particular clip. And then we have the ripple tool. Okay, so ripple tool can enable you to trim the video from left, just like so. You can drag and it will trim it from left, or you can drag and trim it from the right as well, so it will still trim from the right. Once you select, you can see it is trimming the video from the right, and you can increase the length of the video as well. You can increase by just coming to the extreme end and just clicking on drag, and it will expand the video, okay, as far as it's not reached the end of it all, and it's going to keep expanding. So this is about these properties. Next is in cases when you want to add a clip, whether it's an audio or a video, you can just come down here and you can just come over here to one of these selections, to one of these arrows. You just right click and you can say insert a track. You can insert a track, or you can delete a track, or you can normalize audio thumbnails or thereabout. You can just insert a track, and this properties taskbar will come up. So you have the option to either insert a video track if you want to insert a video, or you insert an audio track or AV track or audio record track. Okay, if you want to record from Kdenlive. So let's say you want to insert a video, you have to specify the location also. Is it going to be under or is it going to be above? So let's say we're inserting above, we are inserting a video clip, and let's say we're inserting it under. Okay, so inserting it under, and once you can give it a name if you want. Otherwise, it's going to take in the continuation of the track name. So you can give it maybe trial. And once you hit on OK, you can see it has brought in another clip. So this is how to basically add an unreduced clip. So you can see it, this is a trial clip. If you want, you can rename other clips as well. So you can just select, double click, and you can put the clip 1 or clip A, and then you can come down also here and just select, double click, and you can name it clip C or thereabout. You can name your click at anyhow you want it. The next thing is you can zoom in and out of the timeline using the zoom tool over here. Okay, so you can zoom in to see the entire, or to zoom out, you can zoom out to see the clip very clearly. So in cases of editing, when you are editing during the process, you'll be able to see it clearly. And if you want to see the entire clip, you can just zoom out so you can see the entire clip just like so within the timeline. Okay, so to zoom in and out is a very cool feature to enable you edit very properly. Now the next thing we want to do is to bring in some text or something like a title that we can put at the beginning of our video. So to put in a text, all you need to do is to come to the drop down over here. You can just click in add title clip, and it will bring the title bar over here. Okay, so this is title bar. You just click anywhere and you can just type your text, welcome. So you can select it, you can double click over here, and you have a bunch of properties over here. For example, you just have the zoom in and out, and you have the X and Y axis where you can rotate through the different axes. You can rotate through X, Y, Z axis just like so, and you have the option to align the text. For example, I can align it center and I can align it to bottom center as well, so it's now fully centralized. And you can have different kind of properties over here, like the different font styles. You can check different font style. If you have downloaded any font style, you will surely find it over here. Okay, so you can just select any font style of your choice and you can just select it and enable it to this. Okay, so let's say welcome to my channel, and down here you have the option to play around with the sizing. You can increase or decrease the sizing as appropriate. You can make it bold, or you can make it normal, or you can make it light, as you so wish. So make sure you just select it, select the entire thing, and you can do all that. You can bring in, you can change the color. You have the color properties. You can just move around, select anywhere within, and if you're starting with this, so you can increase or decrease the opacity from here from 100 to 0, or increase or decrease accordingly. And you can see the preview from here, and once you're done you say okay, and you can see it has been added. So this is solid. If you want to make it gradient, you can make it gradient as well. So let's say I change this font style. Okay, I don't too much like it, so let's say I use this Nile. So down here you can incorporate shadow over here, and you can put in some blur effect. You can give it some blur effect and put in some offset, right, to just offset it from the original position. Okay, you can give it some offset and you can see the effect coming out. Okay, so you can put some background over here, so you can align left, right, center if you want from here as well, or you can increase or decrease the letter spacing from here. You can put in effect, the typewriter effect if you want, and play around with more features over here. And down here you have the X and Y axis in cases when you want to align, just like what you have done here. You can increase or decrease the height and width, and then you can bring in more text if you want. You can add an image to this, or you can bring in a shape to this, or you can add a rectangle thereabout. If you want to put a rectangle behind your text, you can easily put it so that it pops up very clearly. So once you are done with this, you can come down here and show grid lines. If in cases when you want to show grid lines or you don't want to show grid lines, you can uncheck that over here. You can see it very clearly. If you want to show grid lines, you can increase to show. You want to increase the sizing, you can easily do that, and you can see it very clearly coming up. So all this you can do from the text or title clip properties. You can check show background. If you want to show a background, you can show a sample just from the existing place where the clip is, so that you can have a clear understanding of where the text on how it's going to look like on your main video clip. So you can uncheck this, or you can check it. You can make it black if you want. You can check it, or you make it checkered just like so. I think I preferred it like this. And you have the coloration to the grid lines or the guides. You can change the color from red to any color of your choice. You can make it blue maybe, and you can see the effect. Okay, so once you're done with everything, you can just click on this and just say create text, and you can see it added over here. So you can easily drag and drop it wherever you want within the timeline, okay, within the clip timeline. So you can come over here and you see a preview of it. You can see the preview right over here, and if you want to edit anything, for example, you found out that the color is not compatible with what you have, you can easily double click this and you can come over here, select the entire text, and then you can change the coloration from here. Maybe probably make it black and say okay, and you can update the title, and you can see it has just updated. So you can see it over here. I think this is kind of visible from at this point. So this is how to add clips and to update at any given point. The next thing I want to show us is how to add transitions within clips. Okay, so for example, this is a clip that we cut at this point, and we want to show a transition from between point 1 and point 2. So all you need to do is to select it, right click, and you can come all the way to insert a composition, and we can say wipe effect, composite and transfer. So let's say we do wipe effect, so we just click to insert it, and you can see the wipe effect. And once you select the wipe effect, you can come to properties, and you see the range of properties from effects and compositions of that particular transition that you've just added. So you have the option to use the selection tool. Once you're on the selection tool, you can come over here to the edge of it, and you can just click and drag it to reduce the sizing, the time of the transition. You can reduce it, and if you want to see it clearly, you can increase or you can zoom out so that you can see it possibly very clearly. So this is, you can just increase or decrease to make it shorter, and then you can come all the way if you want to duplicate the same effect, because once you select this effect, you can see once you select this effect, you can come to the properties over here. You can say none, which is dissolve, it will just dissolve. Or if you want to put in other properties, you can see over here, for example, you can do bilinear or you can have other effects as well. Okay, burst, you can have this burst effect, you can make it automatic or on background, and you can do invert or revert as the case may be. And if you want to repeat the same thing over here, or you can move it to the other clip if you so wish, or if you want to copy it, you can just right click on it, copy, or you can edit the duration on your own. And then maybe let's say we can zoom out and then we can paste it somewhere here. We can paste this particular effect, so you can just paste it and you can see it over here. Usually I just drag it and paste it here so I can have it clearly on both sides. All right, so let's try to preview the transition effect and see how it's going to look like. I think this kind of looks cool depending on what you want to do. If you want to invert it, you can invert, just select, make sure you select the clip, then you can come over here and say invert, or you can revert. So let's see the effect and how it's going to look like. I think this kind of looks cool depending on what you want to use it for, on how you want to transit from one clip to another. This can be very helpful to you. So you have a range of properties to play around with on each of the transitioning effects. You can have them over here, and on any clip, I forgot to mention that on any clip, once you click on it, you have effects over here. You will have a bunch of options, okay, features over here. You have the video properties over here, and you can have audio properties over here, and you have favorites over here. Okay, show all the favorites that you've saved, and you can see them over here. So all the effects, the video effects, you can find them over here. So for example, you can come to color and image correction. You can have different kind of LUTs. You can apply LUTs, or you can have different kind of properties that you can apply. So let's try to put in some LUTs and see the effect on our video. Just select, drag and drop it, and you can see it has quickly changed the entire video, okay, to something else. And you can easily have the properties of that particular LUT that you've applied by just coming to effect and compositions over here. So you can see the properties over here. You can select anyone. You can make it cinematic, you can make it tetrahedral, ultrahedral, or nearest, and you can play around with this very easily. Okay, and once you're done, or you want to play around with more effect, you can reset the effect, or you can save this as a preset if you so like it. When you preview it by hitting the spacebar, you will see how it has changed everything. And I think this kind of looks cool. So there are other bunch of properties like the blur effect and the deprecated effect, the motion effect. You can check out the motion effect. You can do fade in, fade out, nervous, vintage. You can do freeze in, freeze out, all from here. Okay, so feel free to just experiment it and see. And you have other audio options. Okay, so you have audio options. You can change the audio to any option of this of your choice. So you feel free to try it and see how it works. So there are a bunch of things to try. You have the clip properties. We've explained this. You can have a look at the history of what you have been working on, and you can see all the things that we have worked on this particular video editing. So at any given point, you can refer to a given point and you see the effect, or you see the video how it was looking like before the LUT, for example, before we apply the LUT and after we apply the LUT. You can see all from the history tab over here. One last thing that you may want to do is to export your project. So once you are certain with what you have, you are done editing and you are very comfortable with the editing that you've done, you want to export your video, all you need to do is to come to project over here, or let's say you save it as a Kdenlive file. You can come to file over here and just click on save, and you can just define the directory where you want to save it. For example, I come to my YouTube, file, and let's say Kdenlive tutorial for beginners, and I can put the name over here. We can call it Kdenlive 1. So you can just save, and this is going to save it as a Kdenlive file. So anytime you can click to continue your editing. And if you want to export, we usually do rendering. Okay, so to render a given clip, you can select the in and out. Just like from here, you can select what goes in and what comes out. This is the in and out point selection. And if you want to render the entire clip, you can just come all the way here to project, and then you can come to render over here, or you hit the command and the enter key to start rendering. So usually when you click the render, you have two options to select the output location, which you can see the default location is the location where you have saved it, or you can select to define another location by just clicking on this folder. You can define another location within your system, and then you can save it over there. And then down here you have the option to select the properties. Usually the MP4 properties properties is the best property, so which is what I usually use. So you can select the whole project, or you can do selected zone if you have already specified a selected zone, or you can check out for more options. And once you're done selecting these, which is at the MP4 format, and you've specified the location, all you need to do is to say render to a file, and it's going to start rendering over here. You can see the job queue over here, and you can see the progress of it over here. So right now it has 57 minutes 57 seconds. So let's try to wait for it to kind of render it, so we can have an idea, or we can just play it and see what we have created with our Kdenlive software. And you have the option to abort the job at any given point if you so wish. Right now it has just finished, and we can just go ahead and remove the job if you want, and then close it, and then we can go to the location where we've saved it and check out our file. Okay, and you can see it over here. The second on the list is Shotcut. Shotcut is a very fantastic video editor that is freely available, and you can use it and share it with your friends and reshare with friends and family, and very comfortable, and can produce professionally looking videos for yourself. You can just go ahead. They've just released their latest version on the 25th of November 2022. You can just go ahead and download it, install it. I have made a complete video also on how to use Shotcut, so let me show you how to use it completely for beginners purpose. Okay, so to start with, all you need to do is just come over here and just go ahead and download and install it, and I'll see you on the other side. So by coming to this search bar over here, you can see it over here, Shotcut, already added, recently added. So you just click to open, and on opening Shotcut, you'll be welcome to this very simple screen. Okay, all right, so the first thing you need to do is to create a project, or if you have recently prepared a project, you see it over here. Okay, you see it listed, and you can click to continue working on it, or you can click to do whatever you want with it. So for this case, I just want to create a new project, and I have to specify which folder. You just click, and then you specify where do you want to save this project. For example, I want to save it here, and I create a new folder. I call it Shotcut, and I select this folder as my destination, and then we can give the project a name. I can call it video tutorial. Okay, you can change the video mode if you want. Right now it's set to automatic. You can click and select any kind of setting of your choice. You can go as far as 4K. Okay, you can check up to 4K. This is ultra HD. Okay, this is ultra high definition. You can, but for my own case, I usually go for 1080p, usually 30 frame rates per second, which is available, which is very good for YouTube. But if you have different kind of footage that comes in with different frame rates, you can just set automatic, and it's going to work based on the kind of footage that you want. So now we've created the project, and we've set up the destination and the name of the folder. So all you need to do is to click on start to start this very project. Alright, so the next thing on the line is how to add footage, okay, to bring in media, whether it is an audio, whether it's a video, whether it's a picture. You can bring in any media into this media bin. Okay, so this is the media bin. So to open or to start to import media, you just come to open file over here. You just click on open file, and then you navigate to wherever you have it saved. And for example, in my own case, I have it saved in this Shotcut, and I'm going to bring two media. One is a video, and the other one is an audio. So let me hold the control and select the audio, and then click on open to bring in these two media. So these are the two media that I've just imported, and this is the preview panel. This is where you can preview whatever is in the media bin, and this is where you see the basic properties. Okay, this is where you see the recent activities or the different history that you've gone in terms of your editing. You'll see all the properties over here. So down here you have the timeline. Over here you have some controls, features, and settings that I will show you in the long run. And same way here, these are some basic editing features which I will explain to you as the time goes on. Then over here you have a bunch of similar controls, and which also I'm going to explain in the near future. Down here, you should just make sure you are on the editing tab if you want to start editing. This is for very basic beginners. Okay, so just make sure you're on the edit menu over here. Later on, if you want to go a bit advanced, you can go to color, and you can go to audio or player mode and start doing some work on your own. But for now, just make sure you are on the editing mode and you've imported your your clips or your media over here in the playlist or the media bin. So what happens is whenever you double click on any media, it's going to start playing on the preview panel. You can see it has just kick-started, and you can be able to from here have a preview of what you are going to import into the timeline. So usually what I used to do is I can move the timeline across, okay, and whenever I get to any point that I want to import, I can just hit on the letter I to signify the in point, okay, letter I to signify the in point, and I can still play again to get to another point. Then I hit on letter O to signify the out point, which is the last point in terms of the specification of the places that I want to import. So I place on, so assuming I define the in point here, letter I, and then I can play to go to the next point to define the out point.
Have you made any progress? Are there problems? And how can you solve it? Spending some time with yourself can get you to understand everything about yourself.
So let me pause at this point because I want to import just from here to here, and I want to just show you how to signify the output point. And let's say at this point I hit the letter O to signify the out point, and you can see now I have the in point and out point. So when I drag this into the timeline, you can see it created this it was going to easily drag that portion that I have specified into the timeline, and it has created this timeline for me. This is V1, okay, signifying video 1. Okay, this is the audio section of it. You can see the profile, and over here you can lock in cases if you don't want to have any change. You can mute or unmute, and you can disable or enable the videos part of it. You can do all that from here, and later on I'll show you how to add tracks in cases when you want to add more video tracks or more audio tracks. You can easily add by just coming here and right clicking. You can have add track, you can add audio track or video track, or insert a track or remove a track and do other things, other stuff from here. So this is very, very handy when you're dealing with multiple clips, be it audio, video, and other maybe media such as pictures or thereabout. So the next thing I want to show you is how to do some basic editing. Now that we have learned how to import and bring in the media, the video into the timeline, you can easily do some basic editing. So over here you can see we've just dragged and dropped the clip. So you can use this zoom in and out to be able to zoom into the clip. Can zoom out and zoom in as well, so you can see the entire clip. Okay, so this is to be able to give you the opportunity to have a clear view of the entire clip. Okay, so another thing you should pay attention to is the movement of this playhead. Okay, so you can move it to any point, and at this point you may decide to create a cut or anything. Maybe if I want to split this clip into two, I can just use this cut option or split button and just press it, or I press on the letter S to just create the split, and you can see now this clip has been divided into two. So this is the first one and this is the second one because we just create a cut. Okay, so you can create more cut by just moving the playhead somewhere. You can move the playhead to somewhere like this place, and you can still create another cut here. Okay, so you can see the same clip that we brought in have now been subdivided into 3 different clips, and you can move them around. You can bring the first clip and move it back just like so. If you want to reschedule all of them, you can. You just need to zoom this one out so that you can see clearly what you are doing. So let's do undo to check out some things. Okay, so if you want to move any part of the clip, you can uncheck this magnet icon. Okay, this is the snap tool. Okay, this is snap tool. If you have it selected over here, if you move any part of the clip, it's going to snap back. If you want to connect, you can see it snaps back very easily and nice. Okay, but if you unselect this, you are going to be having issues when you are going to create a snap. You can see you can easily move into the clip even without you knowing. Okay, so in order for you to clip professionally and to connect clips together, you just have to enable the snap tool, and it snaps very nicely just like so. So if you want to assign or rearrange the clips, you can easily do that. You can select and move to the back if you want, even though it creates a little space over here, and you can see it's a black space that has been created. You can select it and right click and say ripple delete, or you can press the letter X on your keyboard to delete this black space, and you can see it shifted quite fast. You can equally do deleting. You can select that particular clip. For example, if you want to delete this part of the clip, and once you have this selected, if you delete or you press on letter X, it's going to delete and close the gap. Okay, so you can see it has just done that. Delete and close the gap. Either you do ripple delete, or you can just hit on letter X. So this is it. Let me undo this so that we can have the opportunity to do other features as well. So another most important thing is this plus and minus sign. Okay, so this minus sign, what it does is whatever clip you are on the timeline, when you hit on this minus, it's going to delete that clip. So let's try it. See, it deletes that clip. And the plus sign, whatever clip that you are working on the preview panel over here, is going to add that clip next to the playhead. Okay, so assuming I'm working on this clip, and once I hit on the plus sign, it's going to add this very clip to the end of the playhead. So let's try it. You can see it has just added the clip in its entirety into the timeline. Okay, you can see, so these are the very advantages of this plus and minus sign. And you can do copy and paste over here. You can do copy, you can copy a particular clip and you can take it somewhere and paste it. Okay, and then you have the cut option. You can cut and move to somewhere as well and paste it if you want. Okay, so this is the normal copy, cut, pasting. If you can record your own audio, also if you want to do a voiceover, you can record, or you can try to synchronize audios around accordingly. You can change the view of the media bin. You can make it the grid view, or you can make it the list view if you want, and I think I prefer it in the list view, where it lists all the videos just like so. And then you can do many more things. Over here you have the option to undo and redo. In cases when you are moving back and forth, you can do and undo stuff very easily. And you have the peak meter. You can be able to see things as you are editing your content, especially with audio. And you get some properties over here if you want to see some properties. Later I will show you how to check on recents. Recents will just show you the key things you have worked on, just like so. Over here you can be able to see the history of what you have done and maybe undo certain steps, and you can click at any given point to see what you have done. You can add notes at given intervals, and you can check out playlist and timeline. Over here you can play around with the timeline, and you have filters. Later I will show you how to use filters and add different properties, different effects, and different keyframes and exporting. Later you know all this, about how to use all this. Okay, so but this is just the basic about the entire platform, how to use it and what it does. Okay, what is what within. So the next thing I want to show you is how to use the trim function. Okay, so at any given point, when you select a given clip, you can trim it from the in point or from the out point. All you need to do is just to move towards the end point, just like so, and you can see your cursor change color, change its nature, and then you have this dark green color. Okay, you can move around to trim inside. You can see you are trimming inside, and you can trim also from the other end, just like so. You can trim inwards, just like so. You can reduce the sizing of the clip, just like so. And while you are trimming, you leave a space. You can right click on the space and delete it also, or you can press on the letter X and it will just do the same thing for you. So this is about trimming and how you can do some basic editing and do some rearranging and even some shortcut keys on how to do to work faster in the timeline. So the next thing I want to show you is how to import music and have it behind the background that you can easily play as a background music while you are explaining, or you have your video playing. You just have an audio, soft audio playing at the background. So to import, you can just go ahead and import, open a file and import, just like we've imported the video. You can import the audio as well. I've imported the audio at the beginning, if you remember. You can see it over here, so you can double click on it to have a preview over here, and you can specify the in point and out point as well if you want to specify. But for this, I just want to go ahead and drag it and drop it here. So take a look at something. This is going to override this clip. Okay, that's one problem with so let's kind of do Ctrl+Z, or you can come here and undo, and then you have to create a new track. Okay, so come to right click over here and say add an audio track beneath over here. So you can see we've added an audio track. This is A1 signifying audio 1. This is V1 signifying video 1. So if you want to import that audio, double click again, and then we can drag and drop it below the timeline, just like so. And now it is being done professionally. Okay, so you can see we've just added the audio. So the next thing is you understand that the audio is much longer than the video. So at this point, we may want to split the audio. Select the audio and click on this to split, and we just select it. Okay, select the other portion and just delete it, and it has just deleted the entire portion that you don't want. So you can see the second portion with the profile. It's just nicely placed. Okay, so it's up to you. If you are playing a video and you have a soft music behind, if the music is too loud, you need to control it. And as you can see from this meter, you can see it is too loud because it is hitting the red sign, which signifies that it's too loud. So you may have to be able to find a way of reducing the audio. And in Shotcut, a very good way to reduce the audio is to add a filter. Okay, so you can come to filter over here, make sure you are on this filter, and then you can come over here while still selecting the audio. You can come over here to this plus sign and you can look out for the audio properties over here, and you can see gain and volume. Okay, so you just select on this and you can see the gain and volume added. Okay, so you can increase or decrease the gain over here to maybe negative, and you can see as you are reducing it, it is reducing drastically. You can try to play and have a preview of how it's going to sound.
To understand everything,
you can see it's now literally very low, so you can increase it if you want. You can increase. So let's try to pick it. You can see and we read to 24, it's peak, and you can see it over here, it's red. You can reduce it if you want. Let's say reduce it to somewhere like -44 and then try to play it and see.
everything about this.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool, and the sound is okay, but you can still play it to hear it one more time.
To understand everything.
So you can see it. This is how to basically do it. Usually in other video editing platforms, you just have a small line over here that you can move up and down to play around with the audio settings. Over here, you just have the audio gain and volume. You can just go ahead and just play around with it, and you can increase or decrease the decibels to be able to have the audio being high or low, okay, to your test. Okay, so just go ahead and experiment it. So this is how to add a filter in terms of audio addition. Okay, the next thing that we want to do is to add some transitions across the clips. For example, I am moving from one clip to another. I want to create a transition between these two clips. All I need to do is to select that clip or one of the clips and just move inwards a little bit into the other clip. So just like so, it just moves a little bit into it, and we just release, and you can see it create a little transition in between into the two clips. Okay, it just kind of put one clip on top of the other just to create a simple transition. So all you need to do is to select that place, right click over there and click on properties, and you'll see what kind of transition it has given. Usually the default is dissolve. Okay, so it's dissolve, you can see it, and you can check on other transitions as well. If you want to add any other transitions, you're free to select any, and you can just make it at that transition. So right now it's dissolve, so let's try to play it and see, or we can extend this so we can see the effect larger. Okay, so let's try to play it around from this point. Let's try to play it. You can see the transition, it's kind of fast and fantastic. You could also select and just come over to the edge and just extend the transition a little bit so that it's a bit longer. So let's preview it again. You can see it, and I think it's kind of look professional and nice. You can change it to anyone. You can do bar vertical, and you can see the preview over here in this small preview panel, or you can do this one and you can see the preview. Okay, I think I prefer this bar vertical. Okay, and let's say we select it and then we try to play around and see. Okay, let's preview it again. You can see it. Okay, I think it kind of looks nice and fantastic. You're free to try it, try any of the transition effects. There are a bunch of them. You can easily just select any and see what you can do. So one thing you should pay attention to is as you move the clip to make the transition, you can see over here you've created a little gap, and you have to be able to cover that gap. For example, in the audio or in the background music, you have to just move it a little bit to balance out with the other clip. Okay, so this is how to add transitions. You can be able to add other effects also if you want to add other effects. For example, you may want to add some contrast or any kind of color correction into the timeline. You can just select that timeline, and then you can come to filters over here. You can add that as a filter. You just click on this. If it is something that has to do with video, you can just stay on the video filter, and you can see you can check on different kind of effects. For example, you can search also if you want. You can search from here. For example, you can search for brightness or contrast. Okay, and you can see it over here. You can just select and add it, and you have the option over here to play with the level. You can increase or decrease, but then if you want to see the impact, you have to move the timeline, the playhead around so you can see it. So you can increase or decrease to see how the effect is going to be. So this is the contrast. If you want to make it darker, you can go darker. If you want to make it too warm, you can go front. Okay, and the best thing is just to stay somewhere within the center. Okay, just like so. I think this point is a good point. And if you are not certain with any position, you want to bring it back to default, you want to undo, you can always click on this to reset to default. Okay, you can reset it to default at any given point. Otherwise, you can play around with the percentage to see the increase or decrease, and you can add more if you want by just clicking on this. For example, you may want to add some other properties like the brightness. You can add brightness, and you can see the controls also over here. You can add and reduce also. So you can do some basic corrections over here on your footage to see how it's going to look, and you can be able to see everything. If you want to add some color correction, you can also do some color correction by coming to color over here. I think this is a bit advanced, but I can still show you some basic things. For example, once you are on the color over here, you will be able to have the option to play around with the RGB parade video vectors over here. You should pay attention to these while you are editing the footage as well. I don't want to touch much on this for this very basic tutorial. You can add color, also color effect into it. So you just select from the filters and add color. For example, you can just search for color. So you can search for maybe, let's say, color grading. You can select this, and you have these color wheels. Okay, so you can play around with the shadows. You can increase or decrease the shadows around as you move around this. If you want it to go red, you can see. If you want it to go cold, you can see it come over here, and you want to go green. Okay, so you have the shadows effect over here. You can increase or decrease. You can just move around. You have the midtones. Okay, if you want to adjust the midtones, you can move around also. This is very basic. You can just check on the highlights if you want to increase or decrease the highlight. Usually you have to be doing the editing or the movement while you are paying attention to all these effects. You want to make sure that everything, the RGB palette, do not go above this and do not go below this. Okay, so you just have to make sure that it's in between, located in between, and then you just go ahead and play around with the very basic things. In cases if you have anything that you're not so comfortable with, you can just always hit the reset button, and it's going to reset it back to normal setting. Okay, or you can double click on it as well, or you can move. Additionally, you have the option also to move this up and down to play around with the effects also. Okay, you can also go to the top to bring more shadows, and bottom to reduce the shadows or the about. Okay, the midtones also the same way. You can have the same effect around here, so you're free to just play around with the color correction and color grading options, so whichever one you want. But this is the very basic tutorial to just show you how to go around playing around with these key features. So the next thing is we can come back to our editing tab over here, and I want to add text. Okay, I want to show you how to add text into the timeline and then do some basic editing, 1, 2, 3 editing, and then to be able to play around with your text. So to add text, you still come to filter, because in this software most of the things are situated in the filter icon over here. So you just come over here, click on text on the add button, and then you can just come to search for text. Okay, and you can see it over here. You can search for text, ordinary text or simple text, but I usually go for the rich text. Okay, so once you hit on it, you can see the text dialog over here, so you are free to type on anything. You can just type anything that you want. Okay, so you can see it. You can select everything, Control A, and you can centralize it. Okay, I can centralize, I can change position. Okay, I can change it. I can change the position by make sure I move it from here. I can move down, can increase the size from 77 to maybe, let's say 200. Okay, or maybe let's say 150. Okay, so you can see welcome to Epic Mentorship. You can bold if you want, you can italize, and you can underline. You have the controls to all this. You can do all that from here. Okay, and bunch of other controls over here, but these are the very basic controls that you can add. And then you can check on files. You can insert a table. You can select all by just doing Control A or thereabout. Okay, and then you have different kind of other features as well. You can add color. Okay, you can click on this small option to be able to add the font style. Okay, so you can check on the font style and add there are different kind of font styles over here. You can select on any, you can check out the sample over here, and you can put in regular, you can bold, you can put italicized, just like we have explained. And you have the sizes as well. You can play around with them manually if you want. Right now we have it at 150, so you can do a lot of other things over here. So you can add strike. Okay, you can strike out if you want. If you want to add strike out and you want to add underline, you can do all this from here. Okay, and you can see the preview from here. So I think I'm okay with this, and I can click on OK. And once you're done with everything here, you can specify the position as well. From here, the X, Y, and Z options. You have the background. Can change the background, the text size. Also, you can do that manually from here. You can do all sort of things from here as well. So feel free to just give it a try. If you want to change the coloration, you can click on this and you can select and change the color to any color of your choice. You can navigate around to select any color of your choice that you think can go or can fit in with the background. You can see it has just changed the coloration, but I think I don't like this. You can select, and I think the white is doing a good job, so you can just select and you have it selected or created. Alright, so still on the text, if you want to specify some animations, you want to give it some animations, maybe specify some inlet animations and outlet, and maybe put in some keyframes to kind of look professional and nice. You can do that also from here. So let's say we try to select the image, the text, and try to change the coloration at this point. Maybe let's make it this blue color, and say okay to this, and let's try to reduce this sizing from this 150 to maybe something like 70, and we can see it like this, and we can drag and bring it down so that we can see it clearly. Okay, so additionally, like I've explained, you can do all the editing also from here. The sizing, the position, you can do all that. You can change from here. So one key feature that I want to add to this is the animation, which you can get to from this preset. So for example, if you want to add an animation like sliding in or zooming in or thereabout, there are a bunch of them over here from this animation preset. You can check and see quite a lot of them. Zoom out, zoom in, slide out bottom, slide in from top, and slide in from right or thereabout. You can just check and do accordingly. Okay, so but what I want to do is, and the entire clip like this is containing this text, and I want to specify the side that should contain the text. So all I need to do is to move my playhead to any given position. For example, this way I want my text to start. I can just hit the letter S to kind of split this. Okay, so I splitted this into two clips, and I don't want the text to be on this clip, so I can select the clip, come back to text over here, click on it, and then you can remove it from here by just clicking on this minus. I've removed the text from that particular filter, and I want this text to just be on this place up to this point. So at this point, I'm going to click on letter S, press on letter S to split the clips again into two, and I want to remove the text also from here. Okay, so I select it and press the minus sign, and I've remove it from here. So let's try to have a preview of what I'm trying to talk about. So when you move from this particular clip into the clip that contains the text, you will see the text coming in. Okay, something like this. Now you see the text, and this text stays until it moves out. Okay, so but I want to put in some animations in it. So I come back, I just drag the playhead back into the text, and then I can select filter, and while in the filter I can still select the text, and I want to put in some presets like slide in from left. You can see it slides in from left. Okay, so you will see it will slide in from left. So let's give it a try. Let's have a preview, and you can see the animation. It's going to slide in from left. If I'm not certain with this position, I can always select it from here and move it at this point, and then maybe I can start sliding it from left to any given position. So you can specify the starting point. You can just specify the starting point, okay, how you want it to be. Okay, so if I want the text to slide in from left, I can just make sure I have my cursor selected from where I want it to start. I can just come all the way, select the text, and I can come to the preset over here and say slide from left. I can just click on slide from left, and when I start from left, you see the text, it will just move in nicely, just like so. It's going to move in, but then you can drag and move it to any position of your choice. Okay, you can drag it to any position of your choice. Let's try again. It's going to come in from left, just like so. So the next thing is you can put in some keyframes.
Alright, so you can see the keyframe editor over here. So once you're here, you can just click again to add the keyframe, and this defines this very position. You can move the playhead to any given position. For example, you may want to, at this point, you want to move the text out of the frame or out of the canvas. You can just select, drag the text out of the canvas, and you can see it created another second keyframe, and you can just try to play a preview to have it and understand how it works. So you can see from beginning, you just play it and you can see the movement out very fast. So that's pretty much a very quick way to add some keyframes and animate your text in Shotcut. So you can see that pretty fast, and you can make it faster even by bringing the keyframes together. If you bring them quite close together, the effect or the animation is going to be pretty fast. So you can just try it. Right, you can see it very fast. So this is just a bit about how to add keyframes and play around with your text. Just feel free to try it, and you can come back to the timeline at any given point and feel free to just try to see how you can make it better and use your creativity to play around with some of the features and make it much better and make your content or footage look much more professional. So this is just the beginning. This is just the most basic tutorial on how to use Shotcut. Okay, so the last thing that I want to show us is how to export our video. Okay, now that we have done quite a lot in terms of importing footage, doing some basic editing, putting some text and playing with some basic animations and adding some keyframes, the last thing is how to export our video. Okay, so to export our video, you can just check out the timeline. Assuming you are certain with everything that you've gotten here, you've done all the editings, you've done all the additions and subtractions, and you are certain and comfortable with what you've produced, you can come to export over here. You can just click on export and you define the properties of the export over here. Okay, so one thing you should pay attention to is the stock footage, the format of the video that you're going to export. So usually I go with H.264 and you can go with high profile. Okay, so you can just select, or you can come to YouTube over here. You have the option to go with H.264, but I usually go for YouTube. You can come to YouTube. Once you select YouTube and you can say export to a file, you can just specify the file that you want it to export to. You can just click on this and you specify which file do you want this video to be exported. For example, I can come back here and I can come to Shotcut. You can just see Shotcut over here. I select this, I click on open, and then I can click on save over here, give it a name. For example, like we've given at the beginning, video tutorial 1. You can just say save and it's going to start. Okay, and you can see it over here, it has started the exporting process and it's going to export your job pretty fast. You have the option as well to pause the exporting process, or you can stop it if you want at any given point. But right now it is exporting, it's rendering and exporting our video. So you just give it some seconds and it's going to be exported to that particular location that you've defined in the exporting properties. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is just a bit about how to use Shotcut for beginners to do some basic editing on your video footage.
Now the next on the line, which is the fourth on my list, is Davinci Resolve. Davinci Resolve is the world's only solution that combines editing, color correction, visual effects, motion graphics, audio, post-production, and many more. It's a very fantastic software that you can use for your content creation. You can just go ahead and come over to blackmagic.com and go ahead and download it and install for yourself. Okay, it's freely available for you, but if you want the paid version also, you can go with the paid version. But the free version, I must confess, can give you all you need when it comes to professional video editing. So let me go ahead and teach you how to use Davinci Resolve for beginners purpose only.
After installing the software, the next thing is to open it and create a project. So you can just come to your gallery over here and you just see it over here, Davinci Resolve. You just open it. So once it is starting, you will have access to this platform. Okay, so what you see here is you can create a new project by just clicking on new project over here, or you can see existing projects that you are working on currently. You can see them all listed here. No matter how many projects you have, you'll see it over here. So down here, this is a local one. You can have the network, or you can have on you can work on Davinci on cloud. You can utilize the Davinci online, so you can work with it on cloud. Next over here, you have the view options. You can increase or decrease the view of the panel of the project. Okay, whether you want it to be smaller view, or you want to increase it to be a bigger view, or you can make it this thumbnail view, or you can make it to be list view, just like so. And you can search in cases when you have so many projects opened, or you've worked on so many projects, you can easily come to the search bar and just type to search for a particular project, and you can filter by name or by different properties, formats or notes that you've added. And over here you can add a given folder in cases when you want to work on a particular folder. Okay, down here you can have to create a new project or to open an existing project if you find it within the platform. So let's say I'll go back to the thumbnail view because I prefer that, and I want to create a new project. So I just click on this and just come over here to click on new project. And the next thing is you need to give it a name. Give your project a name. So let's call it Davinci Resolve Editing 1. So call it Davinci Resolve Editing 1, and we just click on create to create the project. So once you click on create to create the project, it brings you over to the main Davinci Resolve platform. Okay, so on opening the platform, this is what you have. To the top left over here, you have the media pool. Okay, so this is where you populate all your media in Davinci Resolve. This is where you upload or import all your media, and you populate it over here. And down here you have the editing panel where you can edit your footage that you've uploaded. This is where you have the view canvas where you will be able to preview all what is in the timeline. So the first thing you need to notice once you open Davinci Resolve is that there are pages. Okay, so down here you have the pages. You have the media page, you have the cut page, you have the edit page, you have the fusion page, you have the color page, and you have the Fairlight and deliver page. So depending on which page you are, all of them are interconnected. So the first one, let's start with the first one, which is the media. This is where you import all your media. You can import directly from the local computer that you have over here. You can navigate around within your computer and import footage. So this involves different kind of images, videos, audios. You can import all of them into this very space. So you can navigate locally by just clicking on this and then just navigating around, and you can see this is my folder. You can just navigate to wherever you have that particular folder. Okay, assuming in my own case I have it here, and you can just see I have my video. You can select, click and hold the shift key, or you can hold the command tool to be able to import all of them. I have images and I have audio and I have b-roll of video footage. So once you select all of them, you can just right click and say import add folder to media into media pool. So you can add the folder into media pool, or you can add folder and subfolders into media pool. If you want to add the folders and subfolders within a particular folder into the media pool, you can import all at the same time. Or if you want to import the raw media files into the pool, you can equally do that. And you have other options. Add folder and subfolders into media pool. This is going to create a new bin for you, and you have other options as well, so you can just follow through and just see which one is best for you. So for my own case, I would like to import the add folder and subfolders into the media. So once you click on import, it's going to pop up this item. What it's saying is the selected clips have different frame rates to the project. The ones that you want to import have different frame rates. So what you just need is to equate them to the existing frame rate that you have chosen. For example, so all you need to do is to say change it. You just click on change, and everything is going to be changed to a uniform frame rate throughout your working environment in Davinci Resolve. So you just click on change, and you have all of them imported. All the media footage are imported over here. So the first thing you need to notice this is the media pool. Once you're here, you've imported everything, and as you hover over any given footage, any given media, you will be able to see the preview of it on the canvas over here, and you can see including the audio. You can be able to navigate or hover over around it, and you can see the preview of the footage. The same thing goes with all the other media as a whole. So even the images, you'll be able to see a preview of them, and at any given point you can decide to work on them. So this is basically one way to import media into Davinci Resolve. So another second way you can import media is by selecting the different media, opening the file containing the media, select all the media. You can drag all of them and then import them and just drop them into the media bin, just like so, very easily. So over here you can also change the view. You can change it to either the thumbnail view or the list view as well, so you can see your footage directly from here, just like so, and you can select and drag and drop over here. So let's try to look at the cut
cut page. This is where you do most of your cutting of your footage. You can bring in footage over here and you can do most of the cutting from here. So you can just drag and drop any footage into the editing timeline and you can do all your cutting over here. The next is the editing tool, editing page. This is where you spend most of your time here when you are using Davinci Resolve. This is where most of the key editing features are. You will have access to everything you need as a whole. So you can drag and drop any footage. For example, you can just move and you can just drag easily and drop any footage into this timeline. So you can, once you drop, you can see it over in the timeline. And once you drop a footage, this is the editing page. You can see a preview of your timeline over here. You can move your clip around within the timeline. Okay, so this is editing tool. This is the editing page. If you want to edit, have a look at the properties of each of the clip or each of the footage, you can just select it and you can come to inspector over here and you will have access to the different properties it has. So let's uncheck inspector and we have another screen shown over here. Okay, so this is the source canvas. This is where you can preview a given canvas before you import it into the media. Okay, so next we have the fusion panel. Okay, this is where you edit, you do most of the addition of graphics and different kind of animations. You can do it over here. Next we have the color page. This is where you do most of your coloration, color correction and color grading. Later on we will touch all this and how to use it for beginners purpose. Okay, most of the key things that you will edit in terms of your coloration, you do it over here. Color correction and color grading. I will show you how to use most of these features in the most easiest way. Okay, so to have the best of your videos looking cinematic and fantastic, at least for beginners purpose. Next we have the Fairlight. This is where you do most of your audio editing, audio properties and audio editing over here. You deal with all your audio and its properties over here in the Fairlight. And the last page on Davinci Resolve is the Deliver. Deliver is where you will usually have to export, render your video, set in the properties, the export properties, and then export it. Okay, if you want it to be in the H.264, which is usually the MP4 format, or the Hyperdeck, or the H.265 or Pro Resolution format, you can change all over here. If you want to export video with these properties, or if you want to export only audio, you can just specify over here and which file, and you can specify the name and locations over here. So you do all that at the Deliver panel, Deliver page. Okay, this is where you specify the rendering properties and what you want to put on the render queue, and you see it over here. So for now, let's go back to the editing mode, because this is where we are going to spend most of our time editing video clips in Davinci Resolve. Alright, so the next thing is I want to show you the settings option down here at the bottom right. Okay, before we go into the editing proper, I will show you the settings down here. Once you click on it, it's going to open the project settings. Okay, whether you have made a mistake or you want to edit something or you want to change the configuration of the video, okay, you can see the settings over here. You can change to the different properties over here, and you can change to the aspect ratio and other properties, video monitoring properties, as well as the optimized media properties over here. You can choose and change accordingly. The image scaling and the color management you can change over here. So just be aware of the settings over here. The next thing is the workspace. If you are so certain and you like a given workspace, you have played around with the different properties and you like the workspace, you can easily come over here and save it as a preset. You can just come over here and you can just come to layout preset, save layout as a preset, or you can import a given preset as you want to start working. If you have another one, a given preset that you've saved, you can always import it, or you can save a given one as a preset. For example, I like this, and you can just save it as my preset. Okay, and you can say save, and you can just come refer to it at any given point and it will just refer back to this particular preset. The next thing is to what you want to show on the page. You can see from here, you can switch to page. You can decide to show the media. You can start to show to the cut, the edit, the fusion. You can the color and the Fairlight. You can decide to unshow any of the pages from here. Right from here, you can disable or enable any of the pages that you want to show also from here. So this is basically about editing and the workspace, how to save it as a preset and how to import it as a preset. So once we open the Davinci Resolve and we are at the edit mode, the next thing is I would like to show you how to import media into the timeline and do some basic editing. So to import media, there are two ways. The first one is to start using the source panel over here. Once you double click on any given clip, for example this video, once you double click on it, you can see it shown on the source panel over here. So the first thing is you can select an in point and out point by just moving the timeline, the playhead over here. So for example, I want at this point to create an in point. Maybe from here I want to create an in point. I just hit on the letter I to create an in point, and then the next thing is I move to another point, for example to this point, and I want to create an output point. From here I press on the letter O on my keyboard, and this creates the in point and out point within the source panel over here. So the next thing is if I want to drag and drop my clip, I will just easily drag it and drop it over here, and you can see the preview over here. So the first thing you need to understand is as we drag and drop a given clip, you will notice that it came in together with the audio clip, and the preview of it is shown on the preview panel over here to the top right. So what if I don't want to import the audio and the video together? Maybe I want to import only the audio section of this selected portion of the clip. I will just come to the audio over here and just drag it over here directly. You can see it just dragged and dropped only the audio part. So let me zoom out a little with this zoom in tool so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, it just brought in only the audio section of the selection. What if I want to bring in only the video section? I can also hover over it, and you can see the video section over here, and once you drag it, and you can see it's brought in only the video section of the selected area in the clip. So this is how to basically import. Another way you can import your video clip into the timeline is just by directly dragging it from the media pool, drag and drop the entire clip into the timeline. So you can use this zoom in tool to zoom out to see the entire clip that I have brought into my selection, into the editing timeline. So this is it. So this is the second way to bring in a media into the timeline, by just dragging and dropping, in addition to identifying the in point and out point. So over here I can just navigate around and identify my in point and my out point and use the other editing features and edit it accordingly. So one more thing I would like to highlight is you can select a given selection. Once you finish on selecting the given portion of the clip that you want to import, the third method of importing is you can drag that section into this very preview panel, and you will have this option to insert the video directly, or to override the existing video, or to replace an existing video, or to fit to fill, or you can do all sorts of ripple override or thereabout. I usually do append to end. So once you do append to end, wherever your clip is, it's going to put it at the end of it. So once I do append to end, and you can see it put it at the end of this particular clip, and then this is where that particular clip is going to start. So this is the third way of importing a media into the timeline. Alright, now that we have learned how to import given media clips into the timeline, let us try to have a look at the basic editing tools that are in Davinci Resolve. So once you import your media, the first thing is you notice to the left over here, you have the video clips and the audio clips. So they are labeled just like so, video 1 and audio 1. And you have the option to lock a particular track, either the video or the audio. You just click on this and everything is locked, and you cannot change anything within this clip again. And then you have the option to disable the video track if you want to disable it, but it's there. You can disable a given track, you can do it from here, or you mute a given track, audio track, you can mute it, or you can put it on solo, which means you can silent any other audio within the clip, and you'll just be able to listen to this particular audio you are dealing with. This audio on this timeline is the only audio you are going to listen to. Every other audio you're going to solo mute it, or you're going to mute it direct. So this is about this. You can easily add a track by just selecting, right clicking anywhere outside it, and just select and add a track. You can add a mono track, you can add a stereo track, or you can add tracks, multiple of tracks, or add subtitle tracks or thereabout. You can delete a track if you so wish. The next thing is you will understand that we have different kind of features over here. So the first one to the left is the zoom in and out tool. Over here you can zoom in to see the complete panel, or you zoom out. You can zoom out or you zoom in to see the details of the video clips that you've uploaded. And the next to it is also the zoom feature. You can also do custom zoom. You can do full extent zoom. When you click on it, it's going to, once you click on this, it's going to give you the full zoom, the zoom to fit on all the clips that are within the timeline. The next is a detail zoom. If you click on it, it's going to zoom to the timeline, okay, the playhead, and it's going to give you the detail of what is under within the playhead. So you just click on this. This is detailed zoom, and you'll be able to have access to all the features very clearly in detail. Okay. Next is you have the custom zoom. Once you click on it, you're going to have access to all this. You can zoom in and out within the timeline. So the next thing is we have the marker tool. Okay, if you want to, at any given point, you want to select at a given point, you want to maybe remind yourself that you have to add something, you can just click on it and it's going to add a marker to it. You can see it over here, and you can double click on the marker tool and you can put it, you can give it a name, you can put in details. Maybe you want to add color, or you want to add a text. Over here, you can give it a description, or you can even change the coloration of this particular marker tool. And once you say done, you will have it selected over here. And during your editing, you can always refer back to it, and you will see, once you hover over it, you will see the preview of what you needed to add on it. The next is the flag tool. You can use flag tool also on any video clip to add some description or some detail that you may need to add on that particular clip. So once you click on it to add, you can see you've just added it on this clip, and you can double click on it also to put in some notes or some details, and you can change the coloration as well if you so wish, and you can remove the flags if you so wish at any given point in time. So the next thing is we have the snapping tool. Okay, the snapping tool is when you try to move a clip while on the selection mode. When you try to move a clip away, you can see that it snaps. Okay, when you try to bring it closer, you can see it snaps to the next clip. And if you want to remove this snapping feature, you can just uncheck this snapping tool, and once you try to snap to move close, you can see the snapping tool is no more. Okay, if you want to bring it back, you just select it, enable it, and you can see it snaps. Okay, next is you have the linking tool. Okay, the linked selection tool. This ensures that the audio and the video are linked together. If you don't want them to be linked and moved together, you can always unselect it. Like now, if I try to move this clip, you can see it moves together with the audio. If you don't want that, you can just unselect this. You can see when you try to move, you will be able to move the audio only, okay, without the video, or you can move the video only without the audio. So to link them back, you just have to come back and select the link mode, so both of them can move together at any given point in time. So this is about that. Next is you have one of the most important editing feature is the selection mode. With the selection mode, you will be able to move your clips away or outside, just like so. You can move, drag and move them around. You can exchange their position with the selection tool, and you can even as well reduce the sizing, or you can trim your clip from the edge. Once you navigate to the edge of a clip, you can see it changes to this sign, and once you try to drag it inwards, you can see it trims the clip from the right, and you can do that also from the left. It trims the clip from the left as well, so you can move left and right. The only key thing you should pay attention to is it leaves a gap whenever it is reducing a clip. So it is leaving a gap, so you try to drag, okay, and it's leaving a gap, unlike the other one that I'm going to show you in a bit. So the next is we have the trim edit mode, which you can get to by the letter T. The trim edit mode does three things. For example, once you select it, once it is active, you can see you have the option to do three things. The first, for example, is you can extend the clip around. Okay, you can extend the length of the clip around. If you see the green sign, it means the clip is still extendable. You can still extend it further. But once you see the red sign, it means that particular clip has reached its maximum or its end, so it can no more be extended. So this is the first feature. Another feature is you can, when you try to move it around at the center, you can see you are maintaining the same clip, but you are entering into the other clip. Okay, so once you get to the end of it, you can see it becomes red, but then the length of the clip is maintained, but then you can move and trim it forward or backward accordingly. And then you can have the last one, which is a slide trimming. You can come to the bottom of the clip over here and you can try to slice it around. You can see the slicing, maintaining the same size of the clip but then entering into the other clip. Okay, you can just easily be entering and moving around just like so, just like slicing, just like the name implies, slicing into the clip. So let me kind of undo so we can show the other features. For example, the dynamic trim mode. The dynamic trim mode makes use of the playhead to move either faster to the right or faster to the left, increasing or decreasing the size of a clip. So for example, if I enable the dynamic trim mode and I press the letter N, the letter L, it's going to extend the video clip to the right. And if I press it twice, it's going to extend it twice faster. And if I press on the letter J, it's going to trim the clip to the left. And if I press it twice or thrice, it's going to trim it a bit faster. So let's try to the letter L, and you can see it is increasing it's trimming it. Okay, it's extending the length of the clip and it's trimming the other one. And I can stop by clicking on letter K, or I can move backwards and it's going to trim it backwards just like so. If you press it 3 times, it's going to trim it faster. So once you enable the dynamic trim mode, you can easily press the letter L and it's going to trim it to the right. If you press it twice, it's going to trim it faster. One thing you should pay attention to is you can see the starting and the end point of the trim over here and the process as it is moving around. This is just a preview. If you want to trim to the left, you can just press the letter J and it's going to trim it faster to the left. Okay, so the next, and which is one of the most important tool in the editing process, is the razor tool. Just like the name implies, the blade tool, it just cuts the clip at any given point. So once you have it selected and at any given point you just click, it's just going to slice the clip into 2. So for example, just like so, it's just going to slice the tool, just going to cut your tool at the clip at any given point. Once you hit on the left click, it's just going to create a cut on your clip. And with the selection tool, you will now be able to move the clip or separate them accordingly, move them around. They are now separate tools within the clip. So this is basically the most important tools. Over here you have the stop button and the playhead button to start and stop a given clip, to move to the last frame or to go to the first frame in the clip. You can do all that, and you can loop a given clip to keep playing continuously within a clip. So later on I will show you how to use the source button over here to do quite a number of things within your tools. So for editing purpose at beginner level, this is all you need over here. Now that we have a basic understanding of the editing tools in Davinci Resolve, let me show you how to do some basic editing like cut and do some trims, some ripple, delete and the other about. So to just apply it, all you need to do is to just walk around with your playhead. So at any given point, if you intend to insert a cut, you can just use the letter B to insert the cut. You can insert cut at this point, and once you click, select the clip and you just press on letter B, it's going to enable the razor blade tool. Okay, and you can just click to create a cut. Okay, so once you create a cut, you are free to go back to the selection tool and you can select that particular portion of the clip and click press on delete to delete it, which is going to leave a space over here. And if you want to remove that space, you can come over here, select it, and you can come all the way and press delete, and it's going to cover it just like so. So this is one way to delete a portion of a clip and to cover the gap. Okay, so let's do that again using a different method. You can do the same thing by coming to the location where you want to delete. For example, I want to delete from the beginning of this clip, from this point to this playhead. All I need to do is to press on the shift and the open bracket. So the shift plus open bracket is going to delete that portion of the clip, okay, that I have selected from beginning to this point. Let me do that again. Undo, and from this point, like I said, from this point to the playhead is what I want to do, what I want to delete. So the shift plus the open bracket is going to create that for me, and manually I can select
this portion and right click maybe and say ripple delete, and it's going to delete and cover the remaining part of the and rejoin the clips together. Okay, another way to do it is if I want to delete from the beginning of this playhead at this point to the end of the clip, all I need to do is to hold down the shift and the close bracket this time around. The shift and the close bracket, and it's going to delete from that particular point of the playhead to the end of the clip. Okay, so let me undo that again. The basic difference is that when you do that kind of delete, it's always going to leave a space in between the clips. So whether front or backward, it's going to leave a space in between the clips. So if you want to do a ripple delete without leaving a space, all you need to do is to hold down the command key plus shift plus the open bracket. So let's do that and see how it happens. So the command plus shift to create a delete to create a ripple delete around this place. So this is the keyboard shortcut I'm going to use. I want to delete this section and cover it just like a ripple delete. So I hold the command shift and the open bracket and it does the magic. So let me undo that again, and I want to do it from the extreme end over here. So assuming I have these clips connected and I want to do ripple delete from here to this point while connecting the clips together, all I need to do is to hold the command key plus shift plus the close bracket and it does the magic for me. So that's basically how to do ripple delete using different kind of methods. I have shown you how to do the trimming from the edges, okay, and I have shown how to do the trimming from the other edge as well, and how you can move on and how you can create and delete the basic spaces in between the clips and all that. So this is basically how to edit your footage pretty fast with the help of the shortcut keys to do ripple delete and so on. So just master it. Later on I will show you how to customize and use the shortcut keys to your advantage. So the next thing I would like to show us is how to bring in B-rolls into your video. So B-rolls are usually medias that connect the video content to the reality, maybe to show some descriptions while the audio is still playing in the background. So let's say we want to bring in a media to showcase what we are explaining at some point. For example, I may want to bring in some videos that I've imported, like this video. I want to bring it in. So all you need to do is double click on it and it's going to show on the preview panel, source panel over here. So you just define the points that you want to bring in. For example, the in point at this point, maybe I want to bring it at this point, and I can hit my letter I and you can just move quickly to another point. Maybe I want to bring in this at this point as the output. So I'll hit on letter O and I can just drag this section of the clip over to the timeline over here. To see it very clearly, I have to use the zoom tool over here to just zoom out so I can see this section very clearly. So you can see as I move around, it overtakes, because it is at the top, it overtakes what is existing in the video. As I'm explaining, I can quickly move in to show the B-roll, and after some time then go back to my explanation and then continue with the explaining. So you can have the option to link it and bring it up in the video and the audio format, or you can decide to mute the audio format so you can maintain the original or the main video, the main audio of the clip. This is how to bring in a B-roll section. You can do that with the video. You can do the same thing also with audio. If you want to bring a section of the audio, you can just double click and it's going to show a preview on this section panel in the source panel, and you can just all the way move to select the in point, and you can move as well to select the out point at any given point. And once you're starting with what you have, you can just easily drag it and drop it into the section, and you can see you've just dragged and dropped only the audio section that you've selected. Okay, you can equally bring in images to serve as B-rolls. Okay, while you are explaining, you can bring in images, so you can just navigate to whichever image you want to bring in. For example, this SoftMaker free office, you can just double click on it and you can easily drag it and drop it on the timeline. You're free to increase or to decrease it as appropriate as you so wish, depending on how much length you want it to appear within the particular clip. So as you are explaining this case, you will see it's going to come up as a B-roll. So quickly it comes up and then it continues, for example, up to the end of it, then it will go back to the main video. So it's now going back to the main video. So you can see very easily. So this is basically how to bring in B-rolls to put it on top of your video to enhance the flow of the content so that you can show more of visuals so that you can connect better with your audience. Alright, so the next thing is how to bring in audio and do some basic editing in the timeline. So to bring in an audio, you can do the same method that we've shown. You can right click on the media pool and come all the way to import media directly over here, or you can come all the way and open the file containing the media. You can just easily select it, drag it and drop it in the media pool. Okay, so once you've done that, you can just drag it also into the timeline. Let's say we drop something like this in the timeline, and in the because it's a video and audio component, we can just select or link them, and then we can try to delete the audio, the video component of it, and we can listen to the audio to have a preview about how it's going to sound. Okay, so this is just how to bring in the audio. So let's do some basic editing as regards the volume editing. So the first thing you'll notice that once you select a given clip, you can increase volume size. You can play around with the volume size by selecting it, and once you come over, hover over it, you can see this small line. You can use it. You can just drag to reduce or increase the sizing. Okay, you can see the line. You can just increase or decrease the volume of the audio, just like so. And you can do the same using another method by enabling the mixer over here. You can just come all the way and click on the mixer, and you can see the different audio tracks. This is audio 1, this is audio 2. Right now we are on audio 2 because you can see audio 1 is muted. Okay, this is audio 2, so you can increase or decrease the audio as well using this same increase or decreasing tool. So the next method to increase or decrease is to use the inspector panel over here. Once you click on the inspector panel, you can come to the audio section. You can check out the video, the audio volumes over here, and you're free to increase or decrease, and you can see the preview on the timeline just like so, very easily. Once you're certain or you are not comfortable with the audio that you have selected, you can always undo or reset it back to the normal one that you've started working with. You can reset, or you can do increase or decrease at the same time. Now at any given point, you can try to cut or create a cut in the audio, for example by selecting the razor tool, and you can create a cut over here, and you can see it's now 2 different clips. Okay, 2 different audio clips. And maybe when you are listening to the audio at this point, you may want to create a softer outlet. Okay, you want it to finish at a soft point. It just kind of fades out or thereabout, something like that. So to create a fade out in the audio, all you need to do is to come over, hover over to the audio. You can see this small icon. You can easily drag it, and you can see it creates a little bit of fading depending on how far you want it to go and how sharp you want it to fade out. You can just create that fading out, and you can see just a preview of how it's going to be playing, and then at the end fades out. So you can see the fading out kind of it's kind of fantastic, and it's done professionally. You can do the fade in as well if you want it to start in the same way. You can do the same fading as you are creating. You can create it on at the end point of the audio. So you can see the starting, how it fades in till it gets to the maximum level. And the next thing I would like to show us is, what if I want to lower the volume of the clip at a given point. For example, at this point, I want to just lower a section of the clip. I can do what we call creating a keyframe around the clip. Okay, so we can just select it and come back to the inspector over here, and you can come all the way here and click on this to create a keyframe. The first keyframe can be the first, let's say we have this as the first keyframe, and then we move a little bit, we'll create another keyframe, and we move on a little bit and create another keyframe, and then down here we can have the last keyframe. So to have a clear preview of this, you can come down here to the bottom right of the audio. You can just click on this, and you will have a clear idea about what you have just done. So if I want, I can just hover over this and click, and you can see I'm having a preview of lowering a section of the clip, and we can play with the with the other features as well. You can move around and play around with the keyframes to have it lowered to any level of your choice. So you can see we can lower a given section, or we can increase a given section if you so wish. Okay, so this is how to create keyframes. The next thing is how to add text into the video timeline. Okay, so all you need to do to start adding text and formatting it is to come to the top left over here and you see effects. You just click on effects and you can see a bunch of things: the audio transition, video transition, and down here you have titles. You can check around for a preview. As you hover over any of the titles, you can see a preview of what it is going to look like. So you can see as you just hover over it, you will have an idea of what it is and what is going to add a preview of it in the canvas. So for example, you can have this simple text and you can have different kind of intros, lower thirds, and many more. You can see them over here. Davinci Resolve has quite a lot of sample text that you can bring in and customize to your liking accordingly. Very nicely prepared. Okay, these are templates that you can use, lower thirds and all that. So let's say we want to take in this as an intro. I think I like this dark box. Okay, so let's say we want to take in this as an intro. All we need to do is to select it, drag it into the timeline, okay, and drop it just like so. And once we select it, we can come to the inspector tab over here and you will have access to the basic editings of this particular text that you've brought in, just like the normal text editing tools. For example, you'll be able to change the font style and all that. You can change the font style to anyone of your choice, and you'll be able to change the symbol. Do you want it light, regular, bold, extra bold, or light italic or italicized, and all that you can select directly. And you can change the color of the text by mere selection of this, and you have access to the color panel over here, and you can change it to any color of your choice. You can select, or you can just navigate around to be able to see a preview of how the coloration is going to look like. And I think white is actually doing a great job. You can navigate around to see sample text, other coloration that you can play around with. So once you select any, you can just click on OK, and that takes it as your sample. You can increase the size of the text over here if you so wish, and you can do some put some tracking if you want. You can increase or decrease the line spacing, put in emphasis, and play around with the positions as appropriate. You can use this X and Y axis to play around with the position, to increase it, move up or down accordingly. Down here you have the line coloration. This right now is set to blue. You can change the coloration to something else that can fit in your content. For example, this purple color might go, so you can say OK, and you can see you have changed it. You can change the green and the other features as well, because it's not purely purple. You can play around with the green, blue, and alpha, and the other colors as well. So once you are certain you're done with this and you previewed and see that this is what you want, you can have a preview of it. Yeah, I think this is it, and I think it kind of looks fantastic. Even the exit looks cool. So you have the other option when it comes to the text. As you are on the text, you have the other option like the settings. You can play around with the transform. In cases for you to use the transform is if you want to move the text away, or you want to change the position, or you want to move it to other places. You can zoom in and out. You can link and unlink the two of them, and you can change position, rotation, or they're about pitching, anchor points. You can change all that from here. You can do a lot of cropping, dynamic zooming if you want. Later on I will show you how to do dynamic zooming and other features of that sort. So you can bring in different text. You have compositions in each one. If you click, you will see the properties underneath. The dynamic zoom, if you enable it, you see the properties. The cropping, you can do cropping of the text they're about. You can check and all that. So you are free to try it and see what you can do with this basic text. Within the video clip, you can be able to bring in other text as well. So you can bring in simple text or something like caption to be able to showcase what you are working on very professionally. So maybe at this point you may want to bring in this sample, something like this. All you need to do is simply drag and drop it on the timeline, and define the selection. You can increase or decrease the length of the text as well if you so wish, okay, depending on how long or how far you want it to cover. So once you select the text, you can add different kind of features like I've highlighted. You can even add backgrounds and so on. So you can come over here, you can see front light controls, motion blur effects, and so on. You can see all of them over here. You can play around and edit accordingly. So another thing I want to show us is how to use the transform to move the text around, because right now if you try to move it without this basic control, it's not going to move. So all you need to do is, once you are on the text menu, you can come all the way here to this small arrow. You click on this small arrow, you select on transform, and once you select on transform, over here now you have it as a free tool. You will be able to move it around accordingly within the text, within the video clip. Okay, so you can change position directly, or you can move it to the top, or wherever you want to put it. So this is basically how to use the transform. You can even zoom in and out to change the sizing accordingly. So this is basically how to bring in text and play around with its properties. Remember, you have both 2D and 3D text. Once you come down here, you will see a lot of, you can have subtitles also if you want to add subtitles, and you can have 3D text as well if you want. So these are 3D text effects if you want to add. Alright, so the next thing I would like to show us is how to add transitions and effects on text, on B-rolls, and on our video. So for example, if we want to add a transition into our effect or text, we can easily do that. All you need to do is to start by make sure you are on the edit button, and then you can come all the way to effects over here, and you can see video transitions and audio transitions as well if you want to fade in and out. So once you come to video transitions, you can see different kind of transitions. For example, you have the additive dissolve, and you have the blur dissolve and cross dissolve, or thereabout. So as you navigate or hover over a given text and a given effect, you are going to see the preview of it in the panel. So as you hover over the dissolve text, dissolve effect or transitions, you'll be able to see the sample or preview of how it's going to look like. This is smooth cut. And you can see other transitions as well, arrows and cross iris, diamond shape, transitions of different shapes. You can see a bunch of them. You have the eye iris, hexagon, and the oval, pentagon, square, triangle, and so on. And you have others like the motion ones. You have push. I always like this push effect. You can have the push, you can have slide effect, and you can have split effects as well. You can have shapes. If you want to try it, you have shapes of different types, and you have wipes of different types as well. So it's up to you to try to select from this bunch of features, bunch of different effects. Resolve is really equipped with quite a lot of different kind of transition effects depending on your choice and your preference. So you're free to explore all of them, and as you hover over, you will be able to see, to have a preview of how it's going to look like as a sample. So I think let's go through with simple wipe, simple slide, something like this, and to put it on a text, all you need to do is just to drag that effect and drop it in between the text. So you can see, you just drop it here, and you can see it has taken over. So once you want to try it, if you want to see it, you can zoom out, or you can come to the extreme edge to increase the length of the duration of the transition, or you can reduce the duration of the transition as well. You can increase or decrease it accordingly. So to see the sample of it, let's try to see. You can see how it ended or how it wiped into the next clip. The visualization is very possible, is very visual when you are on a clip. So let's try to create a cut within a clip and then try to put in the transitions as well. So let's say we created this cut. Okay, so let's say we created this cut and we want to add in this push transition. We can just drag it and drop it in between the cuts, and we can increase or decrease the transition effect as well as we so wish. So let's say we leave it something like this, and let's try to have a preview of the transition. So we just click and you can see it very nicely. Yeah, I think this kind of looks cool. If you want to see the properties of the transition as well, you can just come over it and double click. You can have it selected. Once you select the transition, you can see the transition properties over here. So over here you have it. It's a push transition. This is the duration. You can increase or decrease the duration. That's manually like increasing or decreasing the length. Over here you can increase or decrease the number of frames and do all sort of push effects. You can change the push. This is push to the left. You can just change it to push to right, or push up or push down as you so wish. You can change accordingly. You can change the you can add some motion blur as it is pushing. Let it just put in some blur effect a little, and then you can change the coloration as well, and the border effect you can change also, all that. So you have a lot of controls over here as regards the transitions, the type of transition that you've included. So let's see, I have changed it to push up, and let's see whether that has taken effect or not. You can see it has taken it push down very easily. So this is how to add basic transitions in between clips. So let's see how we can add it within B-rolls. So we have some B-roll effect over here. So let's see how we can add the transition within B-roll in between a given B-roll and the video. Okay, so let's say at this point I want to add in a transition. So let's say it's a push, or let's say it's let's try something else. Center wipe. So let's say we put in this center wipe. So at the end of this B-roll, we want to have a transition, and we want it to be center wipe. We can increase the size, the length a little bit. So once you have this as your B-roll playing, before you transit to the next clip, you're going to see the effect. Okay, just like so. Because it takes time, we can reduce the sizing and it will transit a bit faster. So let's have a look. You can see it. So this is basically it. You can select it. While selecting, you can see it over here in the inspector panel. This is the transition properties. You are free to play around with it as well to edit anything you want accordingly. In addition to video transitions, we equally have audio transitions. So once you check on audio transitions, you can see it over here. So you can have crossfade with this much decibel increase. You can have crossfade out. Okay, this is fade out, this is fade in with this much decibel, going up and coming down, and crossfade with 0 decibel, and this is custom. You can customize it to your liking. Okay, so all you need to do is just to, if you have a given clip, audio clip that you are trying to add some transitions to, you can easily add by selecting the clip. For example, I have a cut here and I'm trying to create a transition between these two clips. Maybe by fading out, I can just drag this and drop it at that particular point, and I have the access to put in this transition. And let's see the effect. This is going down by 3 dB. I can increase or decrease the sizing as well. So let me undo this and go back to the selection mode and select it. I can increase the transition effect, the fading out effect, by just coming over. You can see it. Let's hear the fading out. Yeah, you can see it fades out. This is just another way of adding a fade out, but this is just ordinary 3 decibel. It's not going to be that much. So the next thing is on how to add dynamic zoom on a particular clip. So let's say we have this clip selected and we have its properties in the inspector panel over here, and you can see among the properties you have the dynamic zoom over here. So once you click to enable it, you can see you have the different features in the dynamic zoom. You can see this is linear. You can do ease in, ease out, and ease in and out at the same time. So you can swap as well. So instead of easing, you can ease out. So this is a very small clip. So let's say we enable dynamic zoom and it's going to be linear. So let's try to have the effect. So look at from the beginning of the clip to the end of it, it zooms out. Okay, zooms in and zooms out. So let's try to have it in preview and see what it does. So you can see gradually it is moving in the background. Okay, it is easing out. Okay, from the way it started, you can see it is easing out, and you can now see me very clearly as it is out. So to see it very clearly, you have to just move in a bit faster. So this is it, and this is the easing out. This is the easing in, and this is the moving in and then moving out. So gradually, as I'm explaining the concept, it is increasing, or it is zooming in and it is zooming out. Zooming out directly is for you to see me clearly. You can swap in as well the effect. You can swap and make it, instead of zooming out, it's going to zoom in accordingly. So right now it is zooming out. So once we swap, it's going to start zooming in. Okay, so once we enable the swap, you can see it is now zooming in. Okay, you can see me very clearly, unlike at the beginning of the clip. Okay, this is now zooming in, and you can change it as well to either ease in and out accordingly from here. So this is how to add dynamic zoom in your clip within Davinci Resolve. And one last thing that I would like to show us within the panel is how to play around with the view of the panel. So to play around with the view of the panel, this is a timeline option, timeline view option. Once you click on this, you will have the option to, this is a timeline option. Once you click on it, you have the timeline view options, you have the video view options, you have the audio view options. You can play around with all of them from here. So for example, let's say the timeline view option, this is how it is interconnected between the links. You can click and you can see, you will not be able to see the waveform in the audio, or you can enable to see it, or you can disable it just like so, and you can disable, you can play around with the timeline view over effect also over here, and you can enable it to be something like this, or with and without the waveform. The video view options also, you can change it from this normal one to the thumbnail one, but only at some locations, and you can have the complete video without the thumbnail view as well. So just something like this, without the picture or without the frame rate, without thumbnail view within the video clip. Or you can have it, I think I prefer it this way, so you can have a preview of the thumbnail of the video part of the clip, what is it all about and what you can do. So the same thing goes to the audio view options. You can have it with the audio shown in one way, just like so, or you can have it shown in two ways. Okay, something like multi-stereo, and you can have it in the line format over here as well. So you can change accordingly. And down here, you can play around with the sizing. This is for the video. You can increase the sizing, or you can decrease the sizing as well if you so wish. So you can see it now becoming very clearly. And with the audio as well, you can increase or decrease the sizing as well, just from here. So you have these very controls to yourself to play around with accordingly at any given point. Alright, the next thing is we're going to enter into one of the most important section of the video editing in Resolve, which is the color correction and color grading. Okay, so let's say at this point we're going to treat this coloration at the beginner level, so everything is going to be very basic. If you've not added coloration to your footage before, this is going to be very basic. So it's just going to be the most basic color correction video you've ever seen. So this is just simply for beginners. If you are an advanced user, then I recommend you try another video, but this is going to be strictly for beginners. So select, assuming we are at the editing tab. If you want to start your color correction, all you need to do is come to the color page over here by just clicking on color, and it is going to bring you to the color page down here. So at the beginning, this might look a little bit scattered and confusing and so professional to a beginner, but there's nothing to worry about. It's just going to be, I'm going to explain the basic concept over here of what you will have and what you can use to play around with your footage to have the best experience possible. So at this point, you will have the primary color wheels, which is at the bottom left over here. There are different color wheels, and they add different effects to your video. So all you need to do is to just understand their basic functions. So what we have is, sometimes we have our blacks. We can increase or decrease our blacks, which you can do from the lift over here. The lift over here is just representing the blacks, okay, the dark part of the video, and the gamma is just the mid-range, okay, and then we have the gain, which is representing the highlight part of the video, and then we have the offset, which talks about the image or the video as a whole. Any correction is going to be on the coloration or the image, considering the image as a whole. That's what the offset does. And we have different kind of, and we have small wheels over here. We call them the master wheels. Okay, they can be used to tweak in the controls, different controls, to bring in different kind of effect into our video. So as you hover over, as you drag and move tweak the master controls, you're going to see the effects on your video clip over here. So just pay attention as I explain the basics. This is the custom curves. You have it for all the coloration, the yellow, the red, the blue, and the green coloration. You can alter them accordingly. And down here we have the color scopes. This is very interesting if you understood the basic, because sometimes you don't have to trust your eyes when it comes to coloration. They can help you to guide you when it comes to what you should add and whether your color is peaking, whether you are losing some data. All these color scopes can help you to have an idea of what is happening. Sometimes you cannot trust your eyes. So let's try to look at the picture clearly, or the video clearly, and let's say it's a bit raw from the camera, but we want to make the darkest part of it appear darker, like my hair over here and this screen, computer's keyboard, and then this dark part to appear very much darker or thereabout. So you can increase this by just coming over to the lift, which is the darkest part. So if you play around with the lift, you can select this dot over here, and once you try to move it around, you can see the dark part of the image is moving. Okay, you can try to tweak it around, and you can change coloration accordingly to any color of your choice. And don't worry about all these changes in the darkest part. You can always double click on it to reset it, to bring it back to normal, or you can come over here to this small arrow and undo or reset everything to normal. Right now it's already reset to normal. So but then while we want to tweak, we just want to bring in the blacks, to increase the blacks so that it becomes to appear blacks, and the whites to appear white. So you just come over here to this master wheel and you can tweak it around. So let's say we can increase, and you can see the blacks are gradually popping out and they are appearing to be really black. So just pay attention to the wheels over here so that it stays within. If it touches and try to go over this very selection, it means you are losing some data. So whatever you are going to do, we'll just tweak it a little without having too much of the color scopes going out of range. So you have only your blacks coming out to be very clearly. You can see my hair now appearing very black, and the other sections also appearing very black, while still maintaining these scopes within range. So this is how to add some black, and then you can add some white if you want. So let the white part of it appear white. So let's say we can come over here and just tweak it a little bit so that it appears white. The white part will appear white, and you can see it coming out. So you just be mindful of this tweaking so that you don't lose much of the data, but just have it a little bit so that you can see the white part coming out to be white. If you put it to be too much, then it's going to glow just like so, and you are losing a lot of data. So you can just bring it back to normal, but just make sure that the white is white, just like so, something like this. I think it's okay. Then what I usually do is I used to play with the saturation as well. I can add little saturation or reduce the saturation as you so wish accordingly. So you can come over here. I can have this saturation. Once you come over here, you can see the mouse changing into 2 arrows. You can just try to tweak it a little bit. You can reduce the saturation a bit, or you can add it to make it more cinematic a little bit. So you can see we can add a little bit of saturation, and you can see the effect while still paying attention to the scopes in the panel. So you can see we can add a little bit of the saturation so it appears. So what you can do at any given point to see the effect of what you have done is you can always come over here to this bypass color grades and fusion effects. Once you click, you can see the before and you can see the after. You can see the before and you can see the after, and then you can see and you appreciate the little you have done. The next thing I usually touch is I make sure I'm on the white color selected over here, and I click to select 2 points because I usually make an S shape. Okay, so once you move a little bit up, it's going to increase the lighting. You can see, okay, you can increase the lighting, and you can bring it down to decrease the lighting. You can bring it down to bring out the blacks also clearly. So I think you can see it coming out a little bit clearly, and the picture is now very much better and professional. You can do the same if you notice that there's more of red. You want to reduce the red coloration in the picture, you can do that as well. You just play around with it. If you do it too much, you're going to see the effect, but then it's just going to be very little so that you can see the impact very clearly. And if you have noticed that there is too much green also, you can reduce it accordingly. Okay, you can select and reduce the green color, so you can pop out a little, the image can pop out a little bit. So it's just up to your discretion to just play around with it, but right now I think I'm okay with what I have. And you can see the preview over here regardless of what clips you are on. Whichever clips you are on, you can see the preview also over here and from the canvas as well. So at any given point, try to look at the before and the after, so you can appreciate what you have done. So this is basically how to do anything within. And at this point, if you want to undo any of the changes at this point, you can just come over here and click on the undo button over here and reset button over here, and to have them reset. Okay, so you can reset any portion of the clip. Okay, so the next section that I would like to touch on this Davinci Resolve is how to use the shortcut keys, okay, keyboard shortcuts to fasten your editing process. So for example, at what I usually use frequently is at this point, I can create ripple delete. I have shown through the video how I create my ripple delete at different points. For example, I want to cut from this point to where the playhead is. I can just use the command shift and the open bracket, and it close it and it deletes it and close the gap just like so. And if I want to delete at this point, from this point to the end of it, I do the same command shift, but this time around close bracket to do the deleting. This is the ripple delete that I use. But then you can customize ripple deleting and any other function, key function, if you want, by just coming to the Davinci Resolve over here, and you can see keyboard customization. You can see keyboard customization. You have the option to kind of select, and this is you will have the option to view the entire keyboard and what the very basic functions are with the keyboard shortcuts. So you can see the shift, the control, and the optional option button over here, the command button over here, just to showcase what different kind of key shortcuts can depict in your editing process. So you can check around the different commands as well as the keystrokes over here. So for example, you can have change clip duration by just hitting on the command D to change clip duration, and you can change clip speed as well by hitting on R, and you can change enable clip by hitting on D. This one I have overridden because I have used another shortcut. For example, I can change ripple delete to, and you can search. The basic part is you can search for any control over here. So for example, I want to search for, this is the control for ripple delete, and if you want to customize anything, you want to change it to another keyboard shortcut, all you need to do is to click on the plus sign over here. You just click on plus sign, and then you can add the shortcut key on your own. So for example, at this point I want to make it the letter D. You can see it pops up that the letter D is already assigned to clip edit. Okay, enable clip. So to this one has been assigned, but I still want to, do you want to assign this keystroke? Yeah, I still want to assign it to this one, even though it's going to show this. But then once you click on save, it's going to pop up that it has saved it for you on your keyboard. So this is how to kind of customize it. So once you are editing, so let's go back to the editing process. Let's say we'll close this, and maybe I want to do a ripple delete at this point. Let's say I create another cut here, and I needed to do a ripple delete from this point, and I could just select the clip and press on letter D, and you can see it does a ripple delete and close the gap for me. So basically this is how to play around with the keyboard shortcut. You are free to customize it to any form. The ones that you use most often, you can easily customize them to have it very clearly, so you can use your hands to move around within the keyboard and have the best editing procedure. So you can edit faster, much faster with keyboard shortcuts, and you can do that with little efforts as well. Alright, so the last section of the video is the rendering process. Okay, how to render and export your video into MP4 or any format of your choice. So to do that, all you need to do is to move away from the edit page and come to deliver page over here, which is the last page. So once you're here, you can see a preview, and you have previewed everything about your video, and you're certain you're satisfied with what you have, you liked what you've seen, and you want to export it from the Davinci Resolve software. You like what you have edited, and you are so comfortable with the graphics, with the different kind of text and animations that you've put in. You can come all the way to export, which is you can come to the custom export, and the basic things you will need over here are the name of the file So you can just give it a name, my intro, and you can specify the location over here. You specify which location, and you can just go ahead directly and specify where do you want to save it specifically. So assuming I want to save it here, and I give it the name this, you can put in some tags for ease of remembrance. Once you say okay, it's going to be saved in this location, you have the option to select the other features. These are the video features. The format is QuickTime. You can change it to MP4 if you want, but right now you can I usually go to the H.264 and keep everything on. This is the H.264, which is usually the MP4 format. You can see everything over here. Everything I keep it at default. The frame rate I keep it at default, and the resolution I also keep it at 1920 by 1080 HD, and every other thing I keep at default. You can come to the audio properties also and play around with some of the key properties, but I usually leave everything at default. So you can see, just have a preview of what you are exporting. You can check the advanced in cases when you want to play with the pixels and the data labels and the color spacing and all that. I don't usually touch any of this, and once you finish selecting all this and the basic features, you assign the name, you assign the location. You can just come down here and say add to render queue by just clicking on add to render queue, and you will see it over here being added to the render queue. So once you are certain, and you can just come down here and say render all if you want to render the video to just start rendering. So just hit on render all, and you can see it starts rendering the video. You have the option to stop it, or you can pause it if you so wish. But then this is the rendering, and it just takes a little bit of a time, and then it finished rendering, and you can preview the video and have a look at it. So this is it. It has just finished the rendering, and you can just go ahead and have a look at your video that you've created.
And the third on the list of my choice of best video editors for 2023 is Capcut. Okay, Capcut is also free video editor for all users. For all you need, a simple, efficient video editing platform that suits you. You can open Capcut on a browser. That's one of the best features that I like about it. And then you can download it for Mac. You can download and use it for your Mac. Or if you are using a Windows operating system, you can as well download and use it for yourself. But the best part is you can work with it online as well and download your content without watermark. So let me show you how to use Capcut for beginners. Click to kickstart it. And right now you'll be welcome to this very simple dialog. So down here you have the range of projects that you are working on. You can see them listed over here, and you can see to start, you can click on this to start creating a project. You can log in if you want. If you have an account, you can just easily log in. And down here you have the settings. This is the global settings. You can just click and see global settings over here, and many other settings like the terms and conditions and many more. Okay, so but for just this tutorial, just go ahead and click to start, and you will be welcome to this editing platform. So up here you have the media bin. This is where you dump all your media. These are various functions that I will explain much later. The audio functions, the text, how to add text and stickers, effects, transitions, filters, and other adjustments as well. So this is the preview panel. This is just like a player where you can preview what is happening on the timeline. This is your timeline. All the other features, you bring them in over here. All the video clips, you bring them in over here. The video, the audio, the images, all the media, you dump them over here and navigate around. This is where you see the preview. And then these are the details. Okay, this is like the property panel that you can see what you are working on and how and what you can edit accordingly. Let me start by importing a clip. You can just easily drag and drop, or you can come to this plus button, just click and navigate to wherever you have your clip, select it and click on import, and that will import it as a project in the timeline or in the media bin. Okay, as you try to play, you can see the preview. Okay, so you can easily drag and drop it into the timeline if you want to start editing the video, or alternatively you can undo this and just come over. As you hover over it, you can come to this plus sign. You just hit on plus sign and it's going to add it to the timeline directly. So one thing you should pay attention to once you add a clip to the timeline is you have these features enabled. You can you can mute or unmute the audio over here by just clicking. You can mute and unmute it. You can mute and unmute the audio if you want, and then you can hide or show the video clip if you want, and you can lock the track completely so that it doesn't you cannot edit it any longer. Okay, you can lock it and unlock it just like by hitting this very lock icon.
clip, you can have the video properties over here. You can have different kind of options like the position size. You can zoom in and out. You can scale it up or down, depending. You can see you can scale it up or down, and then you can change the position, both the X, Y, and Z axis. And the X, Y axis, you can change them across, and then you can rotate accordingly. At any given point, you may decide to rotate to any angle of your choice. Once you want to get it back to the default setting, you can just come back to the rotation or the written description over here and just double click on it, and it's going to take it back to the default section. Or alternatively, you can do for the entire section by just coming to this arrow and just hitting it once, and it's going to reset everything back to default. You have blending option. You can have opacity. You can increase or decrease the opacity accordingly. I prefer to leave it at 100. You have the fill options as well. You can change the different fields and you can apply to all. So this is the video properties. You have the audio properties over here. From this very clip, you have the video, the volume controls. You can increase or decrease the volume from here without really doing it down here. Okay, so over here you can see the audio controls, or you can see the audio profile over here. But then in terms of the increase and decrease of the volume, you can do it over here. You can increase or decrease, and you can see the variation as well from the clip audio profile over here, increasing or decreasing as well. So you can see it increasing and decreasing, and then you can also reset from here or from here directly to the default setting. Now we have the fade in and out. If you like, you can fade in into the clip as it's starting. You can fade it in. You can do that manually, or you can do that automatic from here, or you can come down to the clip by just coming to the extreme end of the clip. You can see it over here, and you can drag easily, and you can see the fading, very little fading. Okay, so you can fade it in gradually, and then you can fade out gradually. As you hover over towards the end of the clip, you can see this small dot. You can just hold it, and you can see it fades. It can fade out in terms of the audio. Okay, so this is how to fade in and out, and you can enable noise reduction from here as well. Okay, you have the option to enable noise reduction, and you can do put in some voice effects depending. There are some different effects that you can add to your voice if you are interested in adding some effects. There are a bunch of them over here. Still on the same clip and still on the audio settings, you can manually also do all those things that we've just highlighted, and you can always undo in cases when you face any challenge. So to speed the clip, you can use this from the speed control settings over here. You can increase the timing. This is ×1. You can do ×2 or ×1.5 depending. So the clip is going to move a bit faster, and it will shorten just like so. It's going to be quite fast in terms of what it does. Okay, so it moves a bit faster. This is 1.8. all right, so you can equally make it slower in slow motion by reducing it to maybe 0.5%, and you're going to see it's going to be in slow motion. Yeah, so you can see even from the clip length, it extended because this is now slow motion. And you can do voice tone change as well from here. You can change the voice tone from here, from smooth to slow motion. You can do all that from here. We have a series of animations. You can add animations to your settings. The beauty about this is as you hover over the animation, you'll be able to see the effect it's going to have on your video. So this is like the rolling. You can have your clips to run, and you can have your clips to kind of bounce just like so, and you can just click to apply it to your video. You can see it just bounce very fast. So let's try to give it a try. So you see the beginning as it shoots, you can see it very nicely, and you can put on any of the animations you want from here. All you need to do is to make sure you are online so you have that same effect. You can have this rotation in as well, very nice, and you have a series of other ones. You can have this very bounce in, so you can see it bounce. Once you click on this small download icon, it applies it. So you can go to the beginning also and see how it's going to start with some energy. You can see it very nicely and fantastically. So now you have other adjustments from this same clip as well. In terms of the LUTs, you can add coloration. You can play around with LUTs in cases if you have applied any LUT, and you've got other adjustments like the temperature, the hue, the saturation, and all that. You can do that from here and play around with the different features that you think your video is going to have. Okay, so in terms of saturation, you can increase or decrease the saturation. You can see depending on how far you are willing to go in terms of the color correction. You can put some hue over here to make it kind of look professional and nice, and then you can increase or decrease the temperature so that it becomes very visible. As you go down, this is cold, and as you go up, this is a bit warm. Okay, so just try to understand the effects, and at any given point you can double click on the property to get it back to the default again. Now you have the lightness option. You can increase the brightness and then play around with the contrast as well as the highlights. Okay, you can pop up the highlights and make the image sound kind of pops out. Very nice. All these are features you have handy when you are trying to do with color corrections and basic clip corrections. Also within, you have shadows. You can enable to eliminate shadows in cases when you have shadows on your video during the shooting. And then you have light sense. You can just play around with them and see the effect it's going to have, and gradually you will be able to master them accordingly. Then you have the sharpen effect. You can make the image to appear sharper, the video clip to appear very sharp and clear, and then you have other properties like the particles to reduce them, and the fades to reduce or increase, and then you have the vignettes in cases when you want to include vignettes to your video. You can see the effect. Okay, you can see the effect it's going to have, and the darkness increases towards here, and then the light vignette is introduced when you move towards the left. So all these you can get them by just getting your hands dirty and working on it directly. So this is how to play around with very basic properties of the clip. Down here you can do some basic editing. For example, you have the basic editing tools over here. The first one is the split clip. You can just click on it, and at any given point you have your playhead. Now you have split the clip into two. You have download clip 1 and you have clip 2. Just by hitting on this or by clicking on Command B. Command B can even enable the splitting as well. So you can move to anywhere. Let's say we want to split this clip at this point. Also, you can just hit Command B and it's going to give you the split. So now we have the clip split into 3 basic parts, and you can move them around, rearrange them as you so wish. Okay, so it's all up to you to move them around and see how you can rearrange them according to the story you are creating. So down here you have the selection tool. You can select, and you can use the split tool also with the letter B to split as well. So anytime at any given point you can always return to the selection tool with the letter A. Okay, and at any given point, if you made any mistake, you can always press the undo button over here to undo things, and you can delete a given level or delete a given clip with this feature. You can freeze a given feature from here, and you can reverse a given flow of clip from, maybe you can move backwards, and then you can mirror a given clip from here, and then do some cropping as well within your clip. So these are the very basic editing features that you have. One thing I forgot to share is the letter B can enable the split or the razor button. Okay, once you hit on letter B on your keyboard, it's going to enable the split or the cut razor tool. Okay, letter B can enable that, you can see, and at any given point you can hit it to have a split of the clip at that point. Okay, so right now let's go back to the selection tool, and then you can see our clip has been selected or divided again. So this is just kind of a quick shortcut to apply cut or to split the clip into 2. Another thing you can do is you can do ripple delete, or you can just select the clip. You can just select the clip, right click, you can come to delete over here. One thing with Capcut is it does the deleting and it will cover it directly. So you just delete and you can see it quickly covers the gap between. So very nicely done. So this is highly handy when you are trying to create number of cuts. So if you are working, you can just enable Ctrl B. You can just hit on Ctrl B and define the areas you want to cut. And if you want to delete, you can just go back to the selection control and then hit on anything. You can hit the delete button as well, and it's going to delete that particular section of the clip from the text, from the entire clip. Okay, so next is we have audio properties. You can access them from here. Audio library also, we can have it from here by just coming to the audio library, and you can have different kind of music. Even though some of them are not copyright free, you can just easily click on download and it will just apply it to your video just like so, very nicely. So you have a preview of it, and then you can easily drag, or you can just hit on the plus sign and it's going to be added to your clip just like so. Okay, so you have the option to do a lot of things over here. You can increase or decrease the volume manually, or you can do it from the audio properties over there. Okay, next is we have text. You can bring in different kind of text inside the clip. So you have default text. If you want to add any default text, by just clicking on it, it's going to have to add default text for you. And then you can have different kind of text temp over here, effects over here. There are different kind of text you can easily drag. Just clicking on this to download, and you can see it has added it into your clip, and you can just easily drag and drop into the clip just like so, and you can easily navigate around to that particular text, and you can see the default properties. You can see it showing on the screen. So you can, by selecting that particular text you've added, you can come to the text properties as well. Over here you're free to add the text from here. Okay, and you're free to have the access to all these different features of the text editing, such as the font style. You can change the font style to any style of your choice. You can as well come down to font size. You can change any of the font size, increase or decrease. You have the boldness option. You can bold, you can underline, you can italize, you can change the color to white or red or blue or anything that you think can stand out. This is gradient coloration, so you have to choose the two effects, okay, the two color effects. And then you have font styles also from here. You can choose from this range of font styles and just apply them into the video. And you have the spacing. You can play around with the spacing. You have position. You can increase or decrease the size, play around with the XY axis, and then the rotation as well. And then you've got the blend option and the stroke. If you want to add stroke to make the text kind of stand out, you can add stroke as well very nicely. So this is how to add text. You have a range of other things like stickers. You can add stickers to your text at any given point. All you need is just to make sure it is downloaded, and then you can add it into your clip. So you can increase or decrease the length of whatever you are adding, be it the stickers, and you can play around with the position from here as well, increase or decrease the size, and then you can play around with the positions. Okay, so you can move it manually or you can move it from the X and Y axis. The same thing goes with the text. You are free to increase the sizing of how long it's going to stay in the clip. Okay, you can see it can stay this much and then fades out and then goes out, and then you have this sticker goes to go out at any given point. And then next we have the effects to the stickers. We have effects, and you can just check around, and as you hover over you should be able to see the effect. Okay, you should be able to add the effect to see how it's going to look on your video. So for example, you can just click on this and it's going to add that particular effect directly. You can see it. Yeah, so this is there are so many effects, a bunch of presets effects that you can easily add to your video to make it stand out and make it different. So it all boils down to you. You can check around and put in any effect of your choice. As you hover over, you can see some basic effects. You have different types of effects that you can easily add. Okay, so all you need is just to click and it's going to add it to your clip. Okay, so next we have transitions. Transitions are actually used to connect between clips, okay, or clips that you've separated. So as you hover over also, you will be able to have that effect. So for example, we have these two clips separated and we want to add a transition to them in between. All you need to do is to just come over and click to just select. Okay, so we just select this and just add it to the clip. Okay, it's going to add just like so in between the clips, and you can see the transition properties over here. You can extend the duration if you want, just by manually increasing. You can see the duration is extending on the clip, and you can reduce as well if you want. So you can try to come closer so that you can have a preview of how it's going to look like on the clip. So let's just have a preview. Yeah, so you can see how it's just easily transit to the other clip very nicely. You can increase the transition point, like I've said, from here, and you can decrease also to make it quite shorter and brief. You can do that as well, and then go back and just have a preview again. You can see it pretty fast. You can put this blink also. You can blink if you want. So all you need is just to make sure it is downloaded, and you just add it. So once you click, it's going to add it, and you can see the preview if you want. You can just click here and it will add it just like so, and you can see the preview. Yeah, it's just blinked to the next clip. So that's kind of interesting. You're free to check. There are a bunch of different types of transitions. can see a number of them, the camera transitions and so many more, so many transitions over here. So just make sure you are connected to the internet so you can easily stream out, download and just add to your clip. Alright, then we have a range of filters as well that you can easily bring into your video to make clarity or to change the coloration or the overall look of that video. So you can just hover over to have a preview of what you want, and maybe at any given point, if you prefer a given effect or filter, you can just click to download it and just add it into the clip. Okay, so you just click to download and then you can just press the blue icon, the plus sign, and just add it into your video. All right, so if it is down, it has downloaded, so you can just click to add it to your video, and you can see the effect is it has just produced. It has just given you the effect just like so, and you're free to increase or decrease the strength from here of that particular effect that you've just added. You can increase or decrease, and you can see as it is changing. Once you are on that particular clip, you will be able to see the effect and play around with it. Alright, so the last on the list is you have different kind of filters. You have live, you have food, you've got movies. If you want to add anyone related to movies, you got nature, you have this retro or B&W. You can check on any of them, and anyone that you feel comfortable and satisfied, you can easily select to add to your clip very nicely and easily. Last, we have the adjustments. You can do different kind of adjustment. These are custom adjustments. If you have any adjustments that you want to add, if you have some LUTs, you can import some LUTs and then bring into your clip and just go ahead and put it inside the clip and see how you can change your videos. Okay, so the last thing I want to show us today is on how to render and export your video into your computer. Okay, so to do that, all you need to do is to come to export at the top right corner over here. You can just click on export, and you have to specify two things. First is the name. Okay, so you can give it the name. You write the name over here, so you can call it trial 1, for example, or let's call it video editing 1. And then you specify the location where do you want it to export. The default is on the movies. You can go anywhere. For example, I've saved it on Capcut. I can just come to Capcut over here. I choose this location and it has saved it. It is going to save it in that location. So another thing you need to define is the resolution of the video. Right now it's at 1080p, which is the best. You can specify any other one if you want. You can go up to 4K if you want. And once you specify the resolution, you're free to go ahead and check the bitrate. Usually H.264 in the codecs is the best, and you can select the format. Either I usually go for MP4, okay, not MOV, and then the frame rate is 30 frame rates per second. And once you are done, you are certain with all this, you can go ahead and press on the export, and it's going to export this video clip that you've edited completely. So you can see right now from the bottom over here, the duration of the export is going to be 4 minutes 48 seconds, and the size of the video clip is going to be estimated to be for 585 megabyte. Okay, so you can just go ahead and click on export, and it's going to start the exporting process right away. So let's just wait for it to export the video, so you can just have a preview of what you have created or what you have done. In a nutshell, this is a bit about how to use the Capcut for desktop to download it and install it, and then use it to edit your footage very nicely.
Now, the first on the list that I have for as the best video editing software for 2023 is Adobe Premiere Pro. It's the one I have been using since from 2019 when I started my video editing. I've been using Adobe Premiere Pro. Sometimes I switch to Davinci Resolve, sometimes I switch to Shotcut, sometimes I switch to Kdenlive, but Adobe Premiere Pro, I find it one of the most effective and very professional video editing that you can use to master your content creation, and it comes in as a package within the Adobe Creative Cloud. So you can just go ahead and subscribe and just download, buy the features. You can check out the pricing over here and just go ahead and buy it, or you can subscribe on your own, or you can take the trial version and just go ahead and use it for yourself. But Adobe Premiere Pro, I find it exceptionally my best selection when it comes to video editing and productions. So in this tutorial, let me go ahead and show you the basics of how to use Adobe Premiere Pro for beginners purpose only. Open an existing project just by coming to open an existing project, and over here, this is where you can see all the recent projects that you have worked on. You can see all of them listed over here, and you can click on anyone to kickstart and continue with the editing process. But for this tutorial, we want to create a new project. So we can just come over to create new project and just click on new project. And this brings us to the new project menu. Now, the first thing you need to do here is to give the project a name. Okay, so over here, you can just give it a name. So let's say Microsoft Applications Intro. And then next you have to define the location where you want to save this very file. So you can just click on this drop down and you can see existing locations. But if you want to choose a given location where you have it saved, you can just come over and say choose location, and you can navigate accordingly through your files and find the exact location where you plan to save your project. So let's say I'm saving everything in this folder, Adobe Premiere Pro, in this very location. So down here you have the option to import your video or your media from any of this directory. This is a local directory within your computer. You can navigate around and import any kind of content from there. And then down here you have attached devices. You have the devices, the hardware devices you've connected with the computer. You can see them over here, and you can bring in content from there as well. And you can bring in favorites in case if you have started anything, you find it here. And down here you have the view option. You can change the view of these existing templates. Okay, these are existing media templates, sample media template that came with Adobe Premiere Pro by default. So you can just navigate as you hover over, you will see the preview. So you can change the view here. You can see a number of them in cases when you want to bring them in and add them to your content. So you can increase the sizing, the view over here, the size of the video, or you can change the different kind of view and make it grid view or thereabout. You can make it grid view, or you can make them to be list view just like so, or you can sort them accordingly. You can use this filter type to filter by different kind of categories, and then you can show and unshow. You can disable the directory if you so wish. Then down here you have other import settings. So here you can copy the media into the software, or you can keep it in the directory where you have started it. You can create a new bin, or you can create a new sequence, which all this I will explain to you when we start this tutorial. But for now, I want to keep everything off so that we will start and I will show you how to create everything afresh. Okay, so once you make sure everything is set, you just define location and you give the project a name. Then the next thing, you click on create. Now, once you click on create, this brings us to a fresh blank Adobe Premiere Pro platform. So you can see that this is the source panel. This is where you can have a preview of all the different kind of sources that you have of your media, and different kind of effect controls from the media. The properties, you find them over here. And then this is where you have the program panel. This is where you have the preview of the video as you hover or as you continue with your editing. You can edit this to make it smaller. And then down here you have graphics. You can always reset the view to your test. So you can reset it to the original looks or view, and then you can also make it on your own way. And down here we have the media bin. This is where you bring in all your media and dump them over here. Okay, so you can see you even have the media browser over here where you can navigate within your computer and bring in different kind of things inside this media bin, and then you can work accordingly into the timeline and into the program panel as well. So you have effect control. This is where you have all the effects. Once you come to this small arrow, you can just click, you can see all the things that you have here. You have project, you have media browser, and you have effects. And then down here, you have the timeline. This is where you do all of your editings and previewing of your clips. Okay, you bring in everything over here. And over by the left here, you can see all the editing tools, which later I will explain the basic functions that you will need and how to use them for beginners purpose. So this is the actual preview of the platform that you will see, but you can change the view if you want by just coming to Windows over here, and you can see workspaces over here. So you can enable, you can reset it to the saved layout if you have previously worked on a setting and you put everything that you have. You use all the features and effects in a particular way, and you set it and you saved it as a preset, which you can do by just coming to save as new workspace preset. If you have a workspace arrangement that you particularly like,
you can save it as a preset. And if you want to reset it back to the normal layout, how it is, the default one, you can always come to the reset to saved layout at any given point. Even if you mistakenly move some of the components, for example, you just drag this and exchange it to this position, and maybe you play around with this, you drag and drop somewhere and you scattered everything and you want to go back to the normal look, you can always come to Windows, you can come to workspaces over here, and then you can say reset to saved layout. You can reset this and it will bring you back to the default layout. You can always close this panel or any other panel of your choice, so you are back to the normal one. If you like this setting and if you want everything to be on this setting, you can always come over here, come to workspaces and say save as new workspace. So you can just save this as my workspace, for example. Okay, so you just click on create. So you already have a workspace. At any given point, if you want to start a video editing, or before you start, you can just come all the way here and put in your workspace that you've just put the reset. So you can say reset to saved workspace. Once you click on this, you to reset it back to your saved workspace.
So the next is we try to import a media into the media bin panel over here. So you can do that using two ways. You can just either come all the way here and right click and say import, and then navigate to the location where you have the file and just easily drag and drop, or you can just select and then come over here and say import. So for example, we can select from here, or we can just come all the way to the media browser where you can see a preview of all the local drives and your computer. You can just come over here. This is in my Macintosh. You can just navigate to the location where you have it saved, and you can see the folder over here. I have already subdivided it into 4 folders. I have the audio, I have the b-roll, I have the images, and I have another video over here. So this b-roll are for just video b-roll. Okay, so we can just select from the beginning and then hold down the shift key and select the last one to make sure we select all, and then we can hold the command key and deselect the Microsoft applications file. This is our Adobe Premiere Pro file. So we can just right click over here and just say import, and it has imported all our media over here. So the first thing we need to notice is the media has been classified according to the type. Okay, so we have the b-roll, which is video. You can just click on this small drop down and you can see everything. And then we have the images over here. All the images that we want to use are here. And then we have the video that I want to use, and then we have the audio down here. Usually I record my video separately with the audio within a separate device or separate software, and then the video using another device. So I use to synchronize and join both of them together. So over here, down here you can temper with the view of the imported media. For example, here it is at the list view. You can make it, you can change the view to make it this grid view, or you can make it freeform view also if you want, according to the content. You can increase or decrease the sizing accordingly. You can increase the sizing or decrease it accordingly. And then, but for me, I prefer it to be in this list view, and then you can create a folder at any given point. You can create any folder. For example, you may want to create a new folder here. You can just come and click it, and then you can make it maybe video, and maybe you can make this audio. Over here, you can drag and drop any kind of media into wherever location you want. So for example, I want to move this to the video, I just move. Okay, and you can see it over here. And I want to move this to the audio file, I just drag and move it to the audio file. And you can just minimize, and you can see now everything is well arranged. So arrangement and data management and folder management is very important in Adobe Premiere. So let me try to give you a preview of how to import video in another way. So this is the first way. The second way is, let me undo the import. The second way is you can double click on the video and it's going to show on the source panel over here. And for you to bring in a particular section of this video, all you need to do is to try to navigate around using this playhead. You can just navigate around and until you find the exact position that you want to take in as an input into your video. For example, I may want to take this. So all you need to do is press letter I on the keyboard, and then you can go ahead to select the second point. For example, I want to take this point, and you can go ahead and press letter O. This is the out point, and this defines the input and output position that you want to drag and drop in your timeline. Once you select the in point and out point, so all you need to do is just to drag the video from here and you can just drop it, and it will just extract that particular location that you have defined as input and input and output point, to just take the only location that you have defined. Now what you notice is, as you drag and drop, it came in with video and audio section. Okay, if you want to drag only the video section of this particular section that you've defined, you can see it over here. So you just drag, and this is video only, so you drop it. Or if you want to import only the audio section of this very section that we've located, you can come and drag audio only, just drag and drop it over here. Okay, so this is how to drag video only or audio only into the timeline, and then you can continue with your basic editing. Now let's say you have defined this path as the path you want, and let's say we import the whole part of the video, or we can define another path, move it to another location, for example, and press letter I, and then come over here to another different location, maybe and press letter O to define another output, and then you can drag and drop this section of the video in the timeline. Alright, so the next thing that I want to show us is how to speed up a clip and how to slow down a clip. Okay, so for example, when you play the clip, it plays normal. I want to speed it up, so all I need to do is to start by selecting that particular clip. When you select a clip, you can see down here, you can come over here and you can see the effect controls over here. So over here, you see all the range of properties that has to do with this very clip. So you can see all of them: rotation, anchor point, anti-flicker, filter, position, scale. You can play around with all this, and even the audio options over here. These are the video properties and these are the audio properties. So down here, you have a given option. So for example, we've selected this part of the video and we want to speed it up. So all you need to do is right click and come to this small arrow, and you can come to speed and duration. You can just click on speed and duration. Right now it's 100%. If you want to speed it up, you can make it maybe 300%, which means the speed is ×3 of the existing speed. And once you click on OK, you can see it shrinks the size. And when you try to play this same video, you will see how fast it's going to look like. Okay, so this is how to speed it up. And if you want to slow it down, you can, let's say we bring it back to 100 speed and duration. We can bring it back to 100, which is the normal speed. You can see it close everything. And let's say we want to slow it down, and let's move this part a little because it's going to expand. So just right click, come down here and come to speed / duration, and then we want to increase it. We want to slow it down. So let's slow it down to, let's say, about 30%. And once you click on OK, you can see it extended the sizing. And when you try to play it, you now see the preview. Yeah, I think you can see the speed. It's now slowed down. So the first thing we need to do is to create a new sequence. Okay, so to create a new sequence, all you need to do, you can create a new sequence from here by just clicking on this new item, and then you define the parameters, or you can just come to your video, or you can right click over here and say new item, and then you can say new sequence. Okay, so over here you can define your properties. What kind of sequence are you targeting? Usually I go for the DSLR 1080p at 30 frame rate per second. So once you select that, you can give the sequence a name down here. You can just give it a name. You can say intro video over here, and once you click on OK over here, the sequence is being created. So now you can drag your video. This is the sequence, you can see it, and now you can drag the video. So everything is going to be under the sequence. Now you can drag your video. You can just easily drag it and drop it into the timeline. So the first thing you will notice is, after I have dragged and dropped my video into the timeline, I have a number of things enabled over here. So the first one is, this is the labels for the video. This is the video clip, and then this is the audio down here. It's labeled also over here. This is V1, this is the video one, and then this is audio, and this audio one, and then we have other audios as well in cases when you have more than one audio. So down here you can mute a particular audio, or you can disable or toggle the video track on and off by just clicking on this. You will off it and then you will on it. In the case of media audio, you can toggle this and it will just mute that particular track, and you can click on this to solo track everything, and then that means to keep everything off except this particular one that you're working on. Or you can click on this mic to do voiceover recording directly in Adobe Premiere Pro. So this is the basics about this. You can add tracks if you want by just right clicking, and then you can say add tracks. You define location, how you want it. Is it above or below, and the names of the track that you want to add. And then the other properties you can add from here directly. So let us do some basic editing features in Adobe Premiere Pro. So the first thing you need to notice is over here you have the selection tool, which means you can use it once you are on the selection mode. You can use it to click on any clip, any part of the clip, and you can move it to anywhere. You can select a combination of audio and video and move them around as well. So you can move them around as you so wish. Next most important thing over here is the razor tool. So you can use the razor tool once you click on the razor tool, or you can click on the shortcut tool C. Usually K is the shortcut for cut, or which is the razor tool. You can just select it, and once you select the razor tool, you can see the cursor has just changed its look. Okay, so you can click anywhere to cut your clip. Okay, you can click and cut at any location of your choice. And once you click and cut anything, it means that particular section of the clip is now separated from the others. So you can go back to the selection mode, and then you can easily move the tracks accordingly. You can see they are now separate, and you can see you can move them separately. But they go in with the audio because they are linked together. If you want to unlink them so you can be able to move only the video section, you can just right click over here. You can come down here and you can see unlink over here. Once you click on unlink, it means the audio and the video and the audio and the video are now separate, and you can move them separately. So this is how to unlink. So you can bring them back and continue with the editing. So this is basically how to use the razor tool, which is one of the most important tools, and you can do a number of things over here. So for example, let's try to delete all this section, and let's bring in this. Let's select this and bring it to the beginning, even though we've cut everything. So one very important thing that you can do during your editing is you can see the cut sections, this place. You can see delete it on your own. You delete, you don't want this place, for example, in the timeline. You can either right click and come to delete and say delete this section, or clear this section. You can say clear and it will remove it. Or you can, let me undo, Ctrl Z. You can select it and press the delete button and it's going to delete it. But in all case, it left a space over here. So if you want to remove the space, you just right click over here and click ripple delete, and it will just do the deleting and it will close this gap that it left. Or you can right click and just click on delete on your computer, and you can see it easily delete everything and close the gap. So you have the timeline now starting, the clips now starting from the beginning. So this is kind of fantastic. Another cool way that you can do this very ripple delete is you can use shortcut keys. Okay, later I will show you how to input shortcut keys that can enable you to work very fast during the editing process. So assuming we have this whole track inside, right, and we want to cut some section of it. For example, I may want to cut from this point to the front, okay, to the end. I want to cut this point. I'm editing and I don't need all this part. So all you need to do is to press letter W and it's going to cut it just like so. Or while I'm editing, I may want to cut this section from here to this end, okay, to this extreme end. All you need to do is to press letter Q, which will delete it backward. This is ripple delete backward or left, and then the other one is ripple delete right. It will delete and it will close the gap, okay. And another way to do it is, usually I have formatted my shortcut key to letter R to represent ripple delete. So once I select a particular section, I press letter R or letter D, it's going to do ripple delete for me. Later I will show you how to kind of edit and put in your keyboard shortcut keys. So another way you can edit your footage is by using the dragging option. Okay, so you can reach the end of the clip and you can just see the mouse cursor changing like this. And you can easily drag it to cut it. For example, you may cut it to the location that you want, and you can do the same thing also on the other end. Okay, so you can see once your cursor changes like this and you want to remove this section of the clip, you can just come all the way and just drag and cut accordingly. You can see you can cut accordingly up to the location that you have, that you want. Although this one leaves a gap also. So you can select and delete and then it shifts automatic. So this is basically how to do some little editings in Adobe Premiere Pro. The next thing is I want to show you how to add B-rolls. Usually B-rolls are videos that play on the audio, or you have a video, a complete video like this, and we want to bring in some media, video or audio or images. You want to bring in a video or an image to play as you are talking, just to complement what you are saying. So let's try to bring this back to normal by clicking Ctrl Z. Okay, so this is normal, and then I want to bring in some B-rolls to attach here, so we kind of connect between what we have and the next clip. So let's select this and bring them back and snap. Okay, you can see it snaps. So let's go back to our media bin, to our project, and we have the images over here as B-rolls. We can import images as B-rolls. For example, we just click on this Microsoft Office suite. We can just easily drag and drop it up here. We can zoom in and out from this panel, just like so. You can increase or decrease the view. Okay, you can increase or decrease so that you can see it very clearly. So let's say you want this image to be somewhere here, and we want to see a preview of it. So you can come over here and you can see the preview. So right now I want it to cover everything. So once you have it selected, you can come to the effect controls over here, and you can increase the scaling. So you can come over here, you can increase it to scale up. Okay, you can scale by increasing the scale value, and you can see you have increased it to the end. And you can play around with the position effect as well. You can move it to the right, to the left, or to the right, or as you so wish. And you can move it up and down as well to capture everything to your test. This is image B-roll, image as B-roll. Assuming we want to put in a video also as B-roll, so we can click on our video B-roll, and you can see all of them over here. So for example, I want to drag only a video, not a video and an audio. So you can drag and see it over here. So you can see, you can move to have an idea about that particular video, and you can see it over here. So if you want to fill in the space also with this, you just make sure it is selected. You can come all the way to effect controls also and increase the scale. Okay, so you can see it filled up. So let's try to play to have an idea of what B-rolls are. So let's see. As you play, you can see you are explaining on the background, and you can see the B-roll. And you can see this is playing while you are still explaining your video. So this is the function of B-roll. Sometimes it comes in with an audio. For example, this one, this book comes in with an audio. So once you drag and drop it, you can see it came in with an audio clip. Okay, so you are free to unlink them, or you can mute that particular clip. So this clip now becomes muted, so the audio part of the clip will not be heard. As you are walking, you can see the B-roll part. Okay, so this is the B-roll part, and you are free to zoom in or out to be able to have it clearly stated. Okay, so depending on what message you are trying to portray, bringing in B-rolls can help your viewers to connect better and learn very easily in your videos. Next, I would like to show you how to insert a text in a video clip. So for example, from the beginning, I want to put an intro text. So all you need to do is to come down here to the editing tool. You can see text over here, type tool, or Control T to start it. You can just click on Control T, or you just type T, just click on this, and at any given point within, you can just easily drag like this, and you can type anything that you want to type. So for example, I say welcome to Epic Mentorship. So you can see it brings in the text feature over here, the text clip feature over here. So you are free to double click the text, and you will have so once you have the text selected, you can see on this part of the editing tool, you can see all the features that you are going to play around with. So for example, you can select the entire text, and then you can come over here and you can play around. We can center it. Okay, you can align center as well, or you can change the orientation. You can centralize it, everything. You can see we have centralized it. Or this is opacity. You are free to increase or decrease the opacity accordingly. You can see the sample. You're free to change the position over here. You can move it to the left, to the right, and up or bottom. From here, you're free to move it. And down here, you can increase the sizing. To increase the text, you can select the font style. You can see different kind of fonts. Once you select, you can see the sample over here. You can select any font of your choice. And then down here, you can align also from left, center, and right. You can align up or down or bottom, and you can play around with the sizing over here. You can increase the sizing, or you can so decrease it so that it becomes very visible. Down here you can increase the fill, or you can increase a stroke to make it kind of looks much more better, and you can increase the background if you want it to pop out very nicely, and you can select the background coloration and add it from here. Okay, so you can change it to any background. For example, if you are on white, you may want to have a black background so it pops out very nicely. So down here you have the transparency. You can increase or decrease the transparency as well. You can play around with the masking tool. You can increase the sizes and decrease accordingly using these features as well if you so wish. And you can increase or decrease or change the coloration of the text. Right now, once you click out, you can see the text is white in color. You can change the coloration also from here if you so wish. So once you're done, you just click out somewhere and the effect is gone. Okay, the properties is gone. Once you hover over it, if you want to change anything, all you need is just to select that particular text and everything is going to come back, and you can just select it and start your editing afresh as well. Or when you select it, you can select the text feature, and you can come all the way to effect controls, and you have a bunch of other controls also as regards the text to edit from. The next thing is, let's try to put some effects in our video. So for example, let's start with the text. We want to put in some effects. So all you need to do is to come over here, and you can just come to effects over here. The effects panel is going to open, and you have a bunch of effects. You have the video effects down here, and you have the video transitions over here. Okay, so we have a bunch of transitions that we can put. So for example, you have series of transitions. We have dissolve, we have immersive video, we have Irish, we have obsolete or thereabout. So let's try with something like dissolve and just drag something, cross dissolve, and see and put it on our text, and let's see how it behaves. Okay, so we can decide to put it at the beginning, and when we zoom out over here, we'll be able to see the effect very clearly. You can see it over here. You can click to select it, and you can see the properties also on the effect controls. You can increase the length just by coming to the end. You can shorten the period of transition, or you can lengthen it accordingly. So let's try to play and see how the text comes in. You can see it fades in. It just easily fades in. So you can put the same thing at the end of it. So let's try to zoom out. So you can see we can fade it out also. You can see it can fade out. Yeah, so this is fade in and fade out. So this is transition on basic text. So we can do the same transition on a B-roll or within our video. So for example, this video, we cut it at this point. We create a cut here, and we want to create a transition. We want to put a transition in between the videos. All you need to do is just to select what kind of video transition we want to put, and we just drag it and place it in between the cut. Okay, so you can see it over here. We can zoom out to change the duration. You can increase or decrease, and once you come to the edge over here with the selection tool, we can see it over here. We can increase or decrease the transition effect. So let's have a preview of it and see. Once you click, you can see the effect. Let's do that again. Okay, I think that kind of looks cool. So this is how to add transition effects. Next, we can add some video effects like the blurriness and thereabout. So video effects. So this is video transition. We just try to minimize it. Okay, let's see video effects. From video effects, you can see maybe blurriness. Okay, blur and sharpen. You can just open this and maybe let's call it Gaussian blur. So for example, we want to put the Gaussian blur on this part of the video. So we just make sure we drag the Gaussian blur and just drop it on this particular clip. One thing you'll notice is that the function has been added, but you will not see the effect over here. So you need to come over here and you can see the Gaussian blur over here. And this is the blurriness. You have to select and increase it. Okay. So if you increase, you can see it. You can see the effect. If you decrease, you can see it's to 0. And then when you increase the blurriness, you can see, and you can do this on any part of your clip. You can do this on any part of your clip. This is how to add video effects and transitions. And if you want to see the functions or the effects that you've added with and without, you can just come all the way to the function over here and just click to see without. You can see it striking, and then you can click to see with and without, and all the functions the same way. So at this point, I would like to show you how to save your Adobe Premiere Pro file so that you don't have to be working and then later on when there is no light or the light went off and the computer crashed, you may lose your file. So all you need to do is to come to File and you come to Save, or you can press Ctrl S in Windows and Command S on Mac to save your work. Alright, the next thing is the audio properties and management, and how I manage my audio to sound a little bit better. So let's try to have a look. Usually, like I said, I record my video on a separate device. Okay, I record using using Audacity. Audacity is an open source software that you can record your video. I'll put the link in the description so you can just click to record, and I've made a tutorial about it. If you want to learn it, I'll keep it in the description as well. So all you need to do to enhance your audio is, for example, you can come all the way down here. You can zoom this, you can increase this out so that you can see the wave very clearly. All right, you can bring it down. You just select and drag it and you can see the wave clearly, and you can zoom in and out using the plus or minus sign or the shortcut keys. In case if you know how to use the shortcut key, you can use shortcut key 1 and 2 to zoom in and out like I usually do, or you can use it manually, zoom in and out, and then you can see it very clearly in cases when you need to make some cuts at a given point, and you can see the exact point that you need to make the cuts from. So right now, when you're dealing with audio, all you need to pay attention to is once you select the audio clip, you have the audio properties over here. You can select the volume property and you can see you can increase or decrease the volume. So if you increase this, let me show you the effect that it's going to have. For example, just take a look at this audio stand. If you see it hitting let's try to mute the second audio, this one at the top. If you see the normal audio this is normal audio, but when it gets to the yellow sign, it's still okay. From the green to the yellow sign, it's okay. But when it starts to hit the red sign, then that means your audio is clipping. So let's try to see how it happens in case when you increase the volume over here. So let's increase the dBs, the volume. So you increase it to something like 20 or by 10, or let's say by up to 20, and then you try to play it. Let's see. You can see it is clipping and it's got hitting the red sign clearly, so it shows that it's very, very bad. So you can bring it down as well to negative and it will stay away. You can see it, but now it's less loud. So you can bring it to 1 dB. You can just bring it down to 0 if you want, or at any given point you can easily reset and it will bring back to the normal. It's now back to normal. You can increase or decrease the volume accordingly. Alternatively, you can right click on the clip and you can come to audio again, and you can do the same increase from here. You can increase the decibels. Okay, you can just increase. You can put 10, 20, or you want to decrease, you can put negative 220 or thereabout. You can do all that and say okay. So this is about the audio. Always you can pay attention to this, how it is clipping to this very end. And if you want to enhance it and make it sound quite better, all you need to do is to start by the first. You can come and put some audio effects. Okay, so you can come to effects over here, come to the effects panel, or you make sure on the Windows over here you select audio. Make sure audio track mixer is selected. Okay, if you click on audio track mixer to show it, and you can see it over here, and you have the options. Okay, this is audio 1, audio 2, audio 3, and the mix over here. So the same thing, audio 1, audio 2, audio 3, just like you have over here. Okay, so but the one we are dealing with right now is audio 2. This is the audio 1 and this is audio 2. So we are dealing with audio 2. So all the things you are going to do them over here. You can increase the volume or decrease the volume also from here the same way. You can do that in either ways. And if you want to play around with it, you can come to this small arrow and then you can see still audio 2. You can put in different kind of controls over here. For example, in cases when you have a lot of echo in the sound system, you can easily come over here and put in denoise, put delay and echo. So the first effects that I usually put is amplitude and compression. So you can go to do single band compressor. You can click to apply it. And once you double click on this, you can see the properties over here. So I usually don't touch anything. I just click on the defaults, the presets over here, and I put voice over. You need to change everything right away. Okay, you can click to preview. And it's going to sound much better. You can play and see without and with that particular effect. You can close This means it has been added. You can come down also and add another one. You can say maybe filter and equalization. You can do simple parametric equalizer. You can just click and you can double click to change the properties. Filter and EQ, we can put parametric equalizer. So once you double click, you can see the properties over here. And usually I used to go with this vocal enhancer, which is going to give you this. And you can have the preview. This preset is quite good. You can play it without and with, and you can see how it's going to enhance your audio. Just give it a try. Okay, the thing that I used to put is denoise, in case when you have some noise in your background. You can put a noise reduction and restoration. You can put the reverb if you have reverb, if you have echo, denoise, just to put those to reduce the noise effect. Usually I go as far as 50 to reduce the noise. In cases when you have critical or chronic noise, you can go as far as 60, because it is going to affect the quality of the audio if you keep going higher and higher. So you just add the noise. And you can preview it also. You can see it will clear the noise. The last thing I used to add is you can come to noise reduction and I could put the reverb, okay, to remove echo. This is the noise and this is the reverb. So you just double click and make sure you take it also to 50, sometimes 55, depending on how echoey the location is. Okay, so you can increase it. So you can always play to hear the preview. The echo is surely going to be eliminated. You have other things, heavy reverb or heavy echo or light echo, depending. So all these are presets. You can just easily add them. So I think in terms of audio editing, this is what I basically add to sound much better in my audio. So let me play one of my videos that I use these very clean features to edit, and then you can hear the sound very clearly and nicely. So just hear this sound.
The millennials, they are an internet surfing, iPodding, texting, Googling, and Facebooking generation. No one will argue that teaching is easy, but millennial teachers are facing unique challenges.
So I made this very sound to sound much better like this using these particular effects that I have just highlighted on this tutorial. So just make sure you follow around and then try it, and you can hear your sound much better and authoritative. And it all also depend on the kind of mic you're using. I'm using the Rode NT mic, so be mindful of the kind of mic you use to sound much better.
Alright, so the next thing is we're going to learn how to synchronize our audio from different devices. So like I said earlier in the video, I have shown you I used to record my videos and audios using different sources. This is to ensure the quality, because usually what comes out from the camera is not as good as what comes out from other devices. So I usually record my audio separately. So assuming I have the file over here, this is just an example. I have inputted the video clip, okay, which is what I have here. And then I have the different audio clip, which is over here, part 2. So all I need to do is just to synchronize, to drag and drop it inside the Adobe Premiere Pro. So assuming I drag and dropped it over here, and when I zoom closer, you will see that it's not synchronized. Okay, when I try to play it, it's not going to play collectively together. So for you to get it synchronized, look at the wave. For you to have it clearly set up, what I say in the camera is equally what I have recorded on the other device. So all I need to do is to select the one on the camera and select the one and hold the shift key. Okay, select the second audio and just right click on it and come all the way up here, and I say synchronize. Okay, so just make sure the audio is selected over here, and you just click on OK, and you will see the magic. And you can see it has automatically shifted and synchronized all the points. You can see from the wave form, you can see everything is synchronized. Okay, so right now you can see it clearly. All the waves are synchronized accordingly. So what I used to do, I will just disable the camera one, then I will proceed with my editing of the video, for example, of the other audio. So I do all my editings. I manage all this from this audio. All my audios are managed from the second audio as my audio. If I like, I can mute all this. If I like, I can delete it by just unlinking it from this and then deleting it and then assigning this as my main audio. Okay, so this is just how to synchronize your audio to have it fully fitted and bring in the best one to work with. Next, I would like to show you how to save audio preset. So for example, you have your audio clip down here, and once you click on it, you can come to effect control over here, and you see the properties that you've inputted all in the audio. So for example, assuming we have inputted the reverb, which we have shown how to use it, and we have inputted parametric equalizer, and we have inputted multi-band compressor. All this we have added to our audio, and the next time we are going to use this we are going to need this audio. We don't have to be putting them one after the other and changing and editing the settings and putting in different presets or thereabout. We can save the whole of this as our audio presets, so we can just refer to it at any given point. So to save all this, you just have to select the reverb. For example, this one, the reverb. You can hold the command key, and then you can select the parametric equalizer, and then come back and select the multi-band compressor. You can just right click on any of them and say save preset, just like so, and then you can give it a name. So down here you can just write audio preset, and you can just save it as my own personal preset. So whenever I want to apply this very setting to another audio, for example this very clip down here, I may want to apply the audio preset here or on another audio, all you need to do is to just come over to effects over here, and you can check on presets down here. You just click on the small arrow and you can see audio preset. You just drag and just drop it. So all of the features that you've added are already there. We have it, the reverb, the parametric equalizer, and the multi-band compressor, all in with just one click. So this is how to save audio settings as presets for subsequent usage. So next we would like to look at the basics of coloring. Okay, how to color our footage and make it look a little bit better from what we have over here, for example. So assuming I want to color this, all I need to do is to select this clip, and I can come all the way to the windows over here and make sure lumetri color is selected. So something like this, lumetri color, you can just make sure it is selected, and you can see the properties down here. Okay, so this is basic color correction, and what usually happens is color correction is just to bring back the image to the exact look that it's supposed to be. Okay, how the image is naturally, that's how it's going to be. That's how you are going to bring it back. So that's color correction. So when you correct it, it means you are taking it back to the normal one. Okay, the normal looks, just like the natural look. So what I usually do is I just come all the way, select the image, and go to lumetri color, and I can just come over here. So I used to have the lumetri scopes also enabled. So I used to enable the lumetri scopes. Okay, so because the lumetri scopes is what gives you the idea of what you are working on, because just by mere tweaking on the settings, you will not have a clear understanding on how your color is being affected by your actions. Okay, so but the lumetri scopes is going to help you to have an idea. Usually it's ranging between this minimum, which is a 10 between 10 and 90. That's the best part to take back the image to natural look. Okay, so make sure the colors are distributed and it falls within this range, and between 10 and 90. Anything above 90 is going to be clipping and it's going to affect your image. So the basic corrections that we're going to do, sometimes I don't even have to worry about what I am tweaking. I just have to worry about what is showing over here. I just want to keep it at 10 and 90 and then play around with the settings, knowing that it is at 10 and 90. So we'll start with the basic correction over here, which is the most basic thing. So you can see the key features over here, the exposure, the contrast, the highlights, and so on. So once you just start with the exposure, you can see when you increase the exposure, this is what happens, and when you decrease the exposure, this is what happens. So you just try to bring it back to maybe at least this 90 at the top, and then you can calm down and increase the contrast, play around with the contrast and see what you can. But just don't worry about what is happening here. Just be paying attention to what is happening here, so that you can just have the settings stay at 90. And then your blacks, you can come down to your blacks and whites. For example, you can increase the white a little bit. You can just play around with it a little bit to stay at 90. Come down to your blacks and you can up it to stay at 10. Okay, so this profile should not go below 10. Okay, so this is correction. Don't worry about what is happening here as well. Just make sure you set everything between 90 and 10. So everything is now going back to normal, how it was when you started. So you can play around with the shadow effects. You can just tweak it a little bit to have just a little bit of it. Okay, so this is basic color correction. If you like, you can play around with the temperature over here, but I don't do that. So at any given point, this is the correction we have made a little bit, but this is the before and this is the after. Okay, we'll put in some little correction. So later on, you can see how to do color grading. So in color grading, what I usually do is I have to introduce an adjustment layer. So once you're done with color correction, you make sure everything, the profile is at this point. So this is corrected. This is at exactly the way it was when we started. So you can decide to play around with the exposure a little bit. All right. So and then you can reduce the contrast a little. So once you have everything set over here, you can now go to the color grading. Or in color grading, I use adjustment layer. So you just right click in the project bin and just come to new item over here and you can see adjustment layer. So once you click on adjustment layer, you make sure you have this height and this frame rate. Okay, so you just say okay and you have it over here. So all you need to do is to drag the adjustment layer and put it on the top of on your timeline. So you can just easily select it and then drag it across the clip that you want to edit. So this is where the magic happens. Now previously you worked on the clip directly. Now you want to work on the adjustment layer. So whatever you have is just on the adjustment layer. You can easily delete it and put in another one, or you can easily select it and edit accordingly. So on the adjustment layer, you can do a lot of things, but what I usually do is I usually bring down my blacks. Okay, I bring down my black so it pops out a little bit, just like so. So don't worry about it over here. Just be mindful about what is happening here. Now you are focusing on the beauty. So don't worry about what is happening here. When you concentrate on what is happening on the lumetri scopes is when you are doing the color correction. So now you can just up your white a little bit. Okay, and then you can just a little bit increase your highlights so you pop out a little bit. So you can see your blacks, you can see your hair and so on, and the black keyboard and anything black around you is now fully fixed. So you can see if you are exposed a lot, you also control the exposure from here and just bring it down a little bit. Okay, so another thing I usually do is I go to creatives and I just increase the sharpness of the video. You can see just increase the sharpness a little bit and then increase the vibrance also. Okay, and just increase the vibrance a little and then the saturation. Okay, so I think you can see the effects now. Everything is popping out. The tints, I don't touch much of this. Sometimes I go to the RGB curves and usually I create 3 different points, 2 points. Okay, and I try to tweak it. When you go up, it means you are increasing the highlights. Okay, you are increasing the lightness, and if you come down a little bit, you are decreasing the brightness. So you can just tweak it a little bit to give the little S shape that can give you that very fantastic look. So this is the white balance. You can check the red balance. Also, you can tweak it accordingly depending on the green balance. You can tweak it accordingly, or the blue balance. You can tweak all this because this RGB coloration. You can enable or disable it. You can see the effect. Okay, you can see the basic difference with and without. This is without and with. Okay, you can see the basic difference. It gives us that popping up and the cinematic look a little bit. I don't go too much into hue and saturation. I don't do much on this. All I do is just these basic ones. And if you are certain and you enjoy or you like what you have over here in terms of the color correction and color grading, you can just save everything as a preset, so you can easily refer back to it at any given point. You can see the entire coloration that you have done before and after. Okay, before and after, so you can see the difference. And another thing I want to share with us is there are LUTs. Okay, LUTs is just a preset that other people have used on their videos, and it kind of pops out and make the coloration looks fantastic. So it's just like preset someone used and saved it on his own. So if you want to save your own preset as well, all the settings you have, you can just come all the way down here and you can see save as preset, and it's going to save this as your own preset. So you can just save it by, for example, I say my color preset, and I can just save this. And anytime I want to color another video again, I don't have to follow the same process, go to the basic correction, but go to the creatives and add the adjustment layer. I just need to just add the adjustment layer and just drag and just add the preset directly. Once I come over here, you can see browse presets, and once you browse preset, you can easily add it. Now, one thing I want to share with us is the use of LUTs. LUTs are very, very fantastic presets that other people have used, and they found it very useful, and it helps in their audio, in their video. You can easily add it. So depending if you want to use LUTs, it's also good. You can just easily select a given LUT and just drag and drop on your image. You can just apply a given LUT, and you can see it changes the looks. You can apply depending. You can just keep navigating around and see how it changes or how it affects your video. If it is if the color is okay for you, then you can leave it. If it is sometimes when you apply a LUT, you can also come over here and tweak it a little bit and tweak the settings so that you can get what you want. But the LUT sometimes help a lot. But you can also save your own as your own LUT, just like we have saved the one I've just shown clearly. But at this point, I would like to put it to none because I don't want to use any LUT over here. So this is what I have and this is what I want. Okay, so this is basically how to do color correction and color grading so that the video quality can pop out a little bit, and it will just you just sound you just look kind of professional in the video. So the next thing is I would like to show us how to add graphics into our video, including presets, using the presets graphics that we have. So you can see graphics and titles over here. You can install motion graphics templates over here if you want. You can install, you can add text, vertical text, rectangle, polygon, or thereabouts. And one of the things I usually do is to make sure over here the windows, I make sure graphics is selected, essential graphics, okay, over here, and you can see it over here. So what happens is Adobe Premiere Pro also comes with its own graphics, the presets. You can browse it and you can see a lot of them over here. You can check around accordingly. You can see angled image caption. You can see different ones. You can insert lower thirds over here. You can see a bunch of them. You can have titles over here, and you can have lower third, also basic lower third over here. You can just put in your details accordingly, and you have bold coming up. You can see different kind of presets over here, and you can add them accordingly, according to your message, according to your content, very nicely. So let's say we try to input in a title. Okay, or at this point maybe I want to show my name. Just drag and drop it over here. I want to give them my name, for example. So sometimes you receive this warning, which means some of the fonts are not available. So you can either download the fonts and put it, or you can just put on OK, and it's just going to take the nearest fonts and add to you. So for example, this is the name I want to use. So all you need to do is to select here and just type your name and your designation down here, your title over here. So let's say we have Dr. Rashid, and down here we can have the other name, the title. So you can say speech and presentation coach, and you can see it has just added as our lower as our title. So when I try to play it, you will see the preview. You can see it very nicely prepared. Okay, and you can see the exit as well. So let me try to mute the audio. Just take a look at the exit. It fades out. And if you want to edit anything here, you can just come all the way down here to these properties, the essential graphics properties, and you can play around with the texting, the imaging. You can increase the size, decrease the size, and do quite a lot of things if you want. Put in other, change coloration, and change the feel and all that. You can do that very easily. You can see the process is how it is being prepared, and you can always come over here and edit the content. So this is the top one, and then this is the bottom one. So this is how to add name and title. You can put in intros as well, for example intros or outros. You can still come back to, you can click out, and then you can still come back to browse from the essential graphics, and you can add in title. This is a title you can add very easily. Okay, so the same way, if you don't have that font, you can just click on OK, and it will take the nearest one. So you can see this. You can give it your title, for example. You can select this and just give it a name. So you can see you can even select from here and also edit from here. So write your title over here. So let's say welcome, and then you can put the name of your company to my channel. For example, welcome to my channel. You can play around with the properties like coloration and all that, and the feel and all that. You can play around with it over here, but this is just to give you an idea of how the intros is going to look. So let's just try to preview it to have it to show how it's going to look. So you can see the intro very nicely done and prepared. So you can do all those with these graphics. You can check around and see different kind of things. You can even bring in text and just some captions and work with them. So sometimes you may have to import, because there are some presets that you can find downloadable somewhere. I usually like this one. I like this as my outro. So for example, if at the end of the video you want to put an outro, you can use this one as well. You can just drag it and drop it over here, and you can see, because I don't have this font, so you can see at the end. So all I need to do is to make sure I select it and then put in my details. So for example, thanks for watching, and I can put this something like remember to subscribe. Okay, something like this, and let's try to play it to see. So at the end of the video I have something like this: thanks for watching, remember to subscribe. So something like this, very easily done. So in cases when you have the some graphics that you download from some websites, and maybe some intros that you've made from those websites, and you want to import, all you need to do is to just come over here and just come to this small plus sign over here and just click on it, and then you navigate to the folder where you save that graphics or that preset that you have downloaded from that particular website. You just select it and you click on open, and it's going to bring in that very effect that you have downloaded in here, and you can easily drag and drop and work with it and edit accordingly. So this is about graphics and how to import it and use it in your content. Next, we are going to cover how to add keyframes to your videos, on your text and on images. So to start with, all you need to do is to bring in a text that you want to add a keyframe on. So let's say we type the letter T, or we come over here and click on the type tool, and we can go to the video and just put it anywhere. So let's say we put something like Microsoft applications. We can see the text, and we can see the text clip over here. So ordinarily, when you are adding a text, maybe when you are playing it, you can see at this point, once you play, it just appears just like that, and once it gets to the end, it just disappears just like that. Now you can put in some motion animations by selecting, make sure you are on the text, and you can come to the effect controls over here, and over here you can see motion. Down here you see motion. There are a series of things you can play around with, for example positions, scaling, rotation, anchor point, and flicker. So you can do all this, but for now let's start with scaling. So we can scale. At this point I want to put a keyframe, so I just come over here and hit on scale. So you can see the keyframe over here, it has just been added. And what do I want it to do? I want at this point the text should be 0, so I just take this down to 0. I just the sizing to 0, and it disappears. Then I move to another position. For example, I come here, and at this point I want the text to be at 100%, so I just hit on 100%, and here, and you can see it's now visibly 100. Now I want this to remain at 100 until maybe this point, so I add another keyframe by hitting on this, and I just keep it at 100, and then from this point down to this point I want it to exit, okay, to zoom out. So I add another keyframe, but then what do I want it to do? I want it to zoom out, so I want it to go back to 0. So I just hit on enter. Let's have a preview about what we have just done. So you can see from the beginning, we just hit on start, and you can see it zooms in, stay on the zoom in, and then zoom out. Now this kind of looks too slow. If you want to increase the speed, then you have to bring the keyframes a little bit closer. So we just drag this one closer here if you want it to start at this point, and then we can maybe drag the zooming out closer a little bit. Okay, so let's try to zoom it in and out. Let's try to have an understanding also of what happens. So let's start. It zooms in a bit faster and then zooms out a bit faster. So that's the idea. Zoom in faster and then zoom out faster. You can even put in some other animations as well if you want. For example, you can control the way they zoom in and zoom out by selecting the keyframes. You can right click over here and you have the option to put in the ease in. Okay, ease in will just dramatize or to animate the thing very nicely. So let's have a preview about ease in. You can see it. Okay, you can see it comes in with a little bit of some graphics, and then you can put in ease out as well, so that it becomes a little bit. You can put ease out, so it's just dramatized slowly. Yeah, so something like this. So you can do a lot of things with this. You can delete or add anything according to your liking. Okay, so let's try to do one more of the text so that you can have an idea of what we are talking about. This is a fresh one, so you just click on the text. Let's do that again. So but let's this time we'll put Dr. Rashid. So you are on the text and you're on the control panel, and this time we're going to do something like position. Okay, so let's change the position. So at this point I want to assign a keyframe, so I hit on position, and then where do I want it to be? I check it out. So let's say we take it out at this point. It's out of the canvas, and then I move into this point. I want it to come in gradually at this point to be fully in, so I'll add another keyframe. So what do I want it to do? I want it to come in, then I want it to stay at this point until this point. I want it to stay on the screen until this point, so add another keyframe. Then after this point I want it to go out, to move out, so I add another keyframe, and this time around I want it to move out in this direction. So that's it. So let's try to play and here and see what we have. So from this point it comes in, then stay on the screen, and then goes out. Even though it's a little bit slower, so we can move it closer. If you want it to be faster, just like we've explained, if you want it to be faster, we bring it closer, and let's have a look at it. Comes in really fast, stay on the screen, and then goes out. So that's how to add keyframes to text. Let's try to bring in keyframes on images. So from our images on the media bin over here, we can drag any image of your choice, any image that we like. So for example, this soft maker, we can drag it into the timeline, and let's try to put in some animations, some keyframes to it. So this Zoho, we want to put the position right, so we just try to put in the position. We want to position it to this point, and we want it to go up a little bit. So we want to put in some keyframes. We just come over here to the beginning, and make sure you have the image clip selected, so you can come over here. Which kind of keyframe do you want? Maybe I want to put in position or scaling, because it's what I prefer most. At this point I want the scale to be 0. Now it's 0, and I move to this point, and this is where I want it to zoom into 100. So I put it 100, and it's now fully zoomed in, and I want it to stay on this up to this point, and I put another keyframe, and then I want it to zoom out. So at this point I want it to zoom out, and I put another keyframe, but then what I want it to do, go back to 0. Okay, so same way. So you can bring it a bit closer to make it faster if you want, closer to make it faster. So let's have a preview about how it does. Okay, so it comes in really fast and then stay on the screen, then zoom out really fast. So this is how to add keyframes. You're free to play around with your intuition and creativity to add anything, but this is for the beginners, and you're free to add properties at any given point. So you can just select the keyframes, right click, and put in any of these keyframes, any of these ease in, ease out, or hold, or continuous bezier. You can try any of them for your liking, depending on your creativity. On anyone you can try, just right click and you can put in any of them, any of the properties. Alright, so the next thing I would like to show us is how to add music and sound effects to our recording or to our editing. Okay, so you can bring in music and sound effects so that you can make the recording to appear very, very fantastic and nice. So all you need to do is to maybe create another folder, new bin, and then we can call it music and sound effects. But then before we go into this, I would like to show you the websites that I usually download my music and sound effects. So the first website is Mixkit, just like so, spelled just like so, mixkit.co. When you come, there are lots of resources here that you can find to use on your videos. For example, you can find different kind of video templates, and you can have different kind of music down here. All you need is just to click to have a preview of it, and once you have it, once it is up to your test, you can just click to download just from here directly. It will just download it for you. So this music, you can check around and you can see sound effects over here, and you can just check around different kind of sound effects. For example, you have fast small whip transition. You can just click to have a preview. Yeah, so I think you can see this whoosh sound. Yeah, there are lots of them. So it just depends on the content you are creating and what are you targeting. So you can find a lot of them over here and just download and use it for your content. Another way I used to have my music is I come to the Google and I just search for YouTube audio library, just like so. And then you can see quite a lot of music that are free to use and free of copyright issues. Okay, so you can freely use and reuse and share with your friends, and everything here is copyright free. Okay, so you can just, depending on what you are looking for, you can easily search. You can easily search for this is music and this is sound effects. There are quite a lot of sound effects also that you can easily download. Anyone you just preview and just see that you like this, you can just come over here and click on download to just download it, like this kids playing. So if you like it, you can just come all the way here and just click on download to download it. You can check also from here. One good thing about it is you can just search if you, depending on what you are targeting. So for example, if I'm looking for background, you can just search for background music, and you can just refine your search and just go ahead and search accordingly. So these are background music. You can easily use it for your content. You can easily just have a preview. Once you like it, you can just come all the way and just download it and use it for your content. Okay, so let's go back to Adobe Premiere Pro, and then I'll show you how I input my music. For example, I open the file I want to import. I come to my media browser and I just come back one more time. Okay, music and sound effects. This is my music, for example, the one I want to import, and I can just right click and just say import, and I've imported my music over here, and I can just easily drag it just like so and just drop it over here. Okay, it has a video component, so I just need to unlink and I just delete the video component just like so. I just delete it and I have my audio component just like this, because it's just a background music I downloaded from YouTube library. So you can just try to have a preview.
And the next thing is
but the sound is quite high, so you can just do the same thing that I have shown earlier. You can just come over, and one thing, you can click on this and come to the effect controls, and you can come to levels over here, volume levels. You can bring it down. Right now it's kind of quite high. You can bring it down to -20 or 30 or thereabout. So you can just bring it down, okay, let's say -20, and then have a preview.
and management, how I manage the audio to sound.
I think this is kind of looks better. Okay, but another way you can reduce or increase the sound is by coming down here. You can see this small line. Okay, you can increase the sound by just selecting it, dragging it up and down by opening the music up and down just like so. You can increase it also if you want.
A little bit better. Okay, so let's try to have it.
Now you can hear the background music. So this is how to bring in background music. You can bring in the sound effects also using the same way. So it depends on what position you want to put in the sound effects. So all you need to do is to just go to that particular position, and then you can come all the way. I have a lot of sound effects. For example, you can see free sound effects. I think I'm going to share this in the description. You can just find the link and download all of them. So there are lots of them. You have ambience condition. You can check there are lots of ambience sounds, and you can have ambience more. You can see so many of them. So I will share in the description this link to all these sound effects. You can just use them for your condition. This is ambience. And then you can come to transition effects. You can have whooshes. You can have different kind of whooshes. For example, this one, something like that. So there are different kind. This is different kind of. So this is my favorite. I think it kind of looks cool. So depending on your choice. So to add sound effects, all you need to do is to import the sound effect into a file. For example, I have imported one of my sound effects over here. And all you need to do is to just drag it and drop it into the timeline. So assuming I have this intro that I want to put a sound effect on it, a whoosh effect to signify the entrance of this text. All I need is just to simply drag the sound effect and bring it over here, because this is an audio clip or an audio track that I can easily put. So let's hear the background and a preview of how it's going to sound and look like. Yeah, so that's it, and I think this looks fantastic. You can add it on an intro, you can add it even on outro as well. So if you want to put it on an outro, for example, you can just copy this, or you can drag it and put it on the outro. Assuming we have this outro, and easily drag it and put it there at the outro stage. So once you finish the video, at the last part, you didn't hear the whoosh sound as well. And I think that kind of looks fantastic. So this is basically how to add music and sound effects on Adobe Premiere Pro video clips. Feel free to explore on your own. I will keep the link to all the sound effects that I have shown earlier on, in case if you want to use it for your content, you can download easily and use it for your content. So the next thing is I would like to show us how to remove green screen to replace it with a solid background. So this video can go from something like this to something like this. Alright, so green screen or blue screen or any background that you can use during your video shooting is just a backdrop behind the subject, okay? Just behind the subject, so that you can have a uniform color, and removing it during post-processing is very, very easy, especially with Adobe Premiere Pro. So all you need to do is to just have your footage uploaded in the media bin, just like so. I have uploaded mine and I've created a sequence, and you can see it over here. So the next thing is I would like to bring in a feature from the effects. I'll come to effects, and you can search for Ultra Key. You can see it over here. You can just simply drag it and drop it on our video. Okay, and this brings us to this. Just make sure you selected the video and you are on the effect controls menu over here. So the next thing is you can come to the key color over here. You can, if you know the color code, you can put it, but if you don't know, you can use the color picker from here and just pick the right color or the right place that you want to remove this background and convert it to something neutral or transparent. Pick the background, you just need to click on this and you can choose any point that can give you a little bit of, can help you to remove the background a little bit. And you can see it over here. It has done, I think, nearly a good work, but you can come over to this matte generation and change a lot of, and just tweak it so that you can have uniform black color behind. So you can tweak the transparency a little bit, just a little, and you can play around with the highlights as well. And you can come down to the shadow and just adjust a little. You come to the tolerance and just adjust a little. And the last thing is pedestral. You should try to have as uniform as you can background behind. Right, so don't worry, at any given point if you missed anything, you can always click the reset button and it's going to reset it back to the normal color. Okay, so this is basically how to play around with it. Just make sure you just play around with it consistently, and you can come to matte cleanup also and check out the contrast. You can play around with the contrast to have it very clearly, and then you can do this soften to soften the edges. All right, so you can have a clean edge, right, just like so. Once you are done, you can maybe zoom out to the location that you want, because in this video, all right, so you can keep tweaking around until you get the background nearly perfectly black like this. You can come all the way up and try to change the position. So because the whole thing, what I want is just the face reading the video, so I can just increase the scale just like so, and I can reposition it to the right just like so, because I just needed just my face and the mic. I think something like this is kind of cool. All right, so you can see it. So once you get this to your test, the next thing is you can try to bring in the image that you want to change or you want to put behind the background. So you can just drag your audio down, and then you can put the image in between. So in my own case, let's go back to the project bin. I have this image that I want to put behind. I just drag and drop it. So I just put this up and I have my image behind. You can just drag it. Okay, you can just drag it around till the end of the clip so that you can see the image. So you can see it. So this image is now behind the real video clip. So you can see my image is behind. Now you can get rid of these small disturbances by tweaking again back at the ultra key features. You can just come back and just play around with it accordingly. Right, you can see with little tweaking, yeah, it is gone. In just a few clicks, this is how you can change the green screen and replace it with this kind of background. So when you play the video, it will just appear as if you shot the video while in this particular room. Okay, not knowing that you shot it using a background and you using the green screen or the backdrop, and then you just remove it and replace it with this very background. So Adobe Premiere Pro is very good with this. It's very easy to do it. So let's have a little preview about the video and how it will be observed. So you can hear, just have a look at it. You can see, I think that kind of looks cool and fantastic, and you can do that very nicely and easily depending on what you have worked with. Just make sure the backdrop is flat and you have uniform light across it, so it looks very solid. The next thing is we are going to learn my top 10 shortcut keys that I use to fasten my editing process. Okay, so there are a bunch of shortcut keys that I use, but the good thing about it is in Adobe Premiere Pro, they have the default shortcut keys, but then you can customize it to your own, okay, so that it makes the editing process pretty fast. So in MacBook, because I'm using Mac, to find the list of shortcut keys, all you need to do is to come over here. Once you're on your Adobe Premiere Pro platform, you can just come all the way to Premiere Pro over here, and you can see the keyboard shortcuts over here. So you can click and you have preview of it. So what this means is this is the preview of the entire keyboard. Okay, so there are different kind of shortcuts. For example, when you want to play or stop a clip, you just hit on the space button and it's going to start and stop. And when you want to shuttle left, you can use the letter A, and you want to shuttle right, you can use the letter S. This is to fasten your clip either to the left or to the right, so that you can edit a bit faster. I will show you how to use both of these later during the editing process. So this is the default one, the one that it came with, but then you can customize it. So on any case, if you want to check on any of the shortcut keys, you can just come over here and you can just search. For example, I want to check on add edit, and you can see it over here. The default is Command K. Command K is the default one, but then I customize mine to letter C. So what this means is if at any given point I want to, let's say my first shortcut key is add edit. I want to create a shortcut for add edit. The default one is Command K, and I want to create another one to make it most likely letter C. I want to replace it with letter C. So for example, over here, let's say I close this. If I want to add another one, I just click on this and I just press the letter I want to add, for example, letter C, and it takes it. And then once I come over here and say, okay, letter C now takes in as my add edit. So anywhere I am, once I press on letter C, it's going to create a cut over here, and letter C over here is going to create a cut. Instead of having to use the Resolve tool, I can just press on letter C to just create a cut at any given point. So that's add edit. So once I'm editing, it becomes pretty fast for me to just create a cut at any given point. So the next shortcut key that I have is the letter F for delete. Delete or clear in Adobe Premiere Pro. So if I want to clear anything around this place, I just click on F and it's going to click delete or clear this very clip. I just click on F and it deletes it. So how to do that? You just come to your clip shortcut, keyboard shortcuts, and then you can search for clear. You can search for clear and you can see it. Forward delete, which is what we have. Once you click on forward delete, it's going to give you that. But the key thing is I want everything to be on the left hand side, because when I'm editing, I want everything to be on one side, reachable by my left hand, and the other right hand, I use it to move my mouse around. So I have the letter F, which is very close to my index finger. I just use it to click, and then I create a clear, or I delete my clip or portion of a clip that I'm working on. So letter F to create delete. So the next shortcut key is the ripple delete. I do that with letter D or letter R. Any one of them can give me ripple delete. I've customized it to that. So once the letter F, which creates a delete just now, is just a delete with a space. And if you want to create a ripple delete, is a delete without a space. So just like this one, I just press on letter D and it deletes and close and cover the spaces in between the two clips. So once I just come to my keyboard shortcut, I just make sure I add letter D to ripple delete. So I just come over here and search for ripple delete, and you can see it over here. I added the default one is shift forward delete, but I just added my own letter D to represent ripple delete. And once I press on letter D, it just creates the ripple delete for me. So at any given point on my editing process, if I just select this particular clip, click on letter D, it creates the ripple delete. The next shortcut key that I have is called ripple delete forward and ripple delete backward. Ripple delete forward. So to do ripple delete forward is, at this point, if I want to delete anything on the front, I can easily delete that by pressing on letter W. Okay, anything from here to the end, I will delete it with letter W by just clicking on pressing on letter W to just delete it just like so. So this is ripple delete forward. So if you want to see it on the keyboard shortcut, you can just click on it and you come to keyboard shortcuts and you just come over here and search for ripple trim. Next, edit to playhead, which is W, letter W. And then now we will look at the next one, which is ripple trim previous to edit to the playhead, which is letter Q. So at this point, so if I want to do ripple delete previous to the clip, which is, for example, I want to delete it here before the clip, I just press on letter Q and it just closes that difference. And that makes sense because letter Q is before the playhead and letter W is after the playhead, which is at the right of the W is at the right and letter Q is at the left. So if I want to do ripple trim forward, I just press on W. And if I want to do ripple trim backward from this point to this extreme end, I just press on letter Q. So you can see it very, very easily and nicely. So your editing process becomes very, very fast. You don't even have to be moving your hands away from the keyboard. You just edit very, very fast with this keyboard key shortcuts. So the next shortcut is shuttle left or shuttle right. I use the letter A to shuttle left. If I want to move a bit faster to the left, I just press on letter A one more time. If I press it 2, 3, 4 times, the playhead moves pretty fast. So that can get me to anywhere I want to get to pretty fast. For example, I want to shuttle left. I want the playhead to move to the right, to the left pretty fast to another location. I just press on letter A multiple times. So if I press once, you can see I press twice, I press 3 times. Now it's going back a little bit faster and faster, just like so. And that is shuttle left. The next shortcut key is shuttle right, and shuttle right is by letter S. It's just like A and S. Okay, left is A and right is S. Okay, so letter S, I just press letter S and it moves fast. Let me mute this. Letter S is going to move fast. If I press it multiple times, you can see the clip is moving faster and faster. If I want to get to any place to edit, you can see it can move as fast as possible. The more the number of S I press, the faster the clip gets. If you want to do shuttle left, letter A multiple times, and it start moving pretty fast to the back, and you can get to any location. And letter S, shuttle right, okay, move it to the right, and you can get pretty fast depending on how many times you click on letter S. So the next shortcut key is on zooming in and out. Usually if you want to zoom in on the clip, you have to come over here and zoom in just like so using this scroll icon, or you can come over and do it manually, maybe with and hold the shift key and scroll with your mouse wheel. But then the default one in the clipboard, in the keyboard shortcut, is the shift plus the plus sign over here to zoom in and out. But then when you want to, in my own, I just customize it to 1 and 2. The 1 and 2 is closer to my left hand, and I can easily zoom in and out. So let's take a look at it. 1 to zoom out, you can see pretty fast, and 2 to zoom in. Okay, you can see it. So letter 2, the number 2 on my keyboard. 1 to zoom out pretty fast to a location, or 2 to zoom in. Okay, zoom out and zoom in pretty fast, and you can see it on the keyboard shortcut as well. Come over here and you can come all the way. You can search for zoom in, and you can see it over here. So I just customize it. The default one is the negative, the equal sign or the plus sign, and for zoom in and zoom out is the negative sign. To my own, I customize it to 1 and 2. 1 and 2 to zoom in and out. Once you customize that, you can just click on OK, and it takes that as your own keyboard shortcut. So at any given point, if I want to zoom out, I just place on 1, and then if I want to zoom in, I just place on 2. 1 to zoom out pretty fast, and 2 to zoom in pretty. So the last shortcut key that I have is the letter V to return to selection tool. So whatever editing tool that I select over here and I worked with it, if I want to go back to the selection tool, this tool, I just press on letter V, and it's the mouse is now back to the selection tool. So if I'm cutting something, I select the razor tool and I'm cutting at any given point. If I want to quickly go back to the selection mode, I can just press on letter V, and it's back to selection mode, and I can select things and move it very easily. So letter V can do a lot of wonders for you when it comes to selection. So regardless of what kind of control or what kind of mode the pointer is, once you press on letter V, it's just going to go back to the selection mode. So I'll show you the editing process, how I edit pretty fast with these shortcut keys in the next video.
In this video, I want to share with you how to convert your video image from something like this to something like this. Okay, so you can have it in a cycle. This can be possible when you are doing maybe explanatory video that you want to show your screen and then part of you explaining the video. Okay, so you can make this very easily with Adobe Premiere Pro. So there's a very cool way to make this, and I will just show you just that. So to start with, all you need to do is to open your Adobe Premiere Pro software and then upload the video content. That is the 2 screens. Maybe one is your camera. For example, the one I have over here, the first one at the top is my camera video, and the second one, let me show you when I disable this, you can see it's my screen capture. So I want them to go simultaneously as if I'm explaining the screen capture using my own camera video. So to do that, let me enable this. And let me make sure that the camera video is at the top over here, top of the screen recording. So the next thing you need to do is to make sure you come to the Effects tab over here. You have to be on the Effects tab. So you just click on Effects, and you should bring you here to Effects. You can always come over here and search for given functions. So the first thing you need to do is you want to search for a circle. If it is circle that you want to bring in, so you can see circle over here as an effect. So you just drag it and drop it at the top of the video. This is the video from my camera, and you can see it has just nearly disappeared. You can see it over here. Okay, so all I need to do is to make sure I come to the effect over here. So you can see the circle over here. So you can just come all the way to blending over here. So you can just change it from known as it is right now to stencil alpha. okay, stencil alpha. So you just click on it and you can see it over here. It's beginning to show my screen, my camera video. So you can just come all the way down to the radius over here, still on circle. Come to radius and try to increase the radius accordingly so that it fits to your circle, to the location you want. You can use this center to move it across. You can use it to just drag, change the numbers, and you can move it across until you get to the center of what you want to capture. So for example, I want the whole of my face to be captured, and you can see I want everything to be centralized. You can see this kind of looks cool. Okay, so this gets me the first one. Now I need to have some stroke around it. Okay, just like we have shown, we need to have some strokes around it to make it much more better and clearer. So to get some stroke, all you need to do is to still come back to the search, to the effect panel over here, and you can search for an effect called the paint bucket. Okay, paint bucket. So you can see it over here. You can just drag and drop it, and you come down. At the first unit, you can see it just looks kind of weird, but don't worry, you just need to do some little tweaking and it's going to change. So once you start, you put the paint bucket, you can see it over here, the control. So you can just come all the way down here to field selector. You can come to the field selector, click on the drop down, and you can come all the way to alpha channel. You can see it. Okay, you can come down here and select the stroke. Okay, select stroke and make it stroke. So once you click on stroke, it's going to appear as stroke, but right now you can see the stroke is very thin. You can play around with the stroke radius or stroke width over here. You can just click and increase it accordingly. Okay, so you can increase the stroke sizing until you can see it's quite visible. So the next thing you want to do is you may want to change the color of the stroke. You can just click and you can navigate around and change the color accordingly. Once you hit on any place, you can change the color to any color of your choice, and once you're satisfied, you click, you can see it has changed the color to that particular color. You can move it to any part of the video. For example, you want it at the bottom here or at the center while you explain the video. You can come all the way. You still make sure you are selecting the camera video, so you can just come all the way to the top over here to the video position. You can move it around. So for example, you can click and you can drag and move it down. You can see it. You can bring it to the bottom, and you make sure you specify the location accordingly. So one last thing that I used to add, and it makes it quite a little bit better and good, is there I used to put some drop shadow. Okay, so you can come to the same effects panel and search for drop shadow. Okay, so you can see it over here. You can drag and drop also on the same clip, so you can come all the way down to the effect and change the values accordingly. Okay, so you can just play around with the values. For example, the distance, you can see it has dropped a little bit of a shadow, and you can check the softness. You can increase the softness or decrease accordingly. You can see the shadow kind of a little bit visible. You can see it, and you can increase the distance if you want. You can increase it or decrease it and make it a little bit, and you can increase or decrease the opacity as well. Okay, you can increase or decrease, and you can check the direction. Instead of one way, you can change it to the other way, and you can make it like that. Okay, I think it kind of looks fantastic. So drop shadow can help you make it better. Okay, so you can see it right now, it's complete, and you can continue to play with your video, and you can see it like that very easily.
So next, we are going to look how I edit my clips from beginning to the end, how I import and do most of the editing, audio editing, color correction and color grading and everything in one clip. So I just prepared some intro to this video, and I will show how I edit everything. So the first thing is to come to the media bin and try to create a file like we have shown. So you can do that by right clicking and creating a new bin, or you can just come down here and just click on this, and let's call this introduction. This very file, let's call it introduction, and we can import the media from here by just selecting it and coming to the media browser over here. We can navigate around to the folder where we have it saved. So I have my own saved over here, so I can just click to open and look at the media. I can just select all of them and just right click and say import. And as you can see, I've imported all the folders under introduction. Okay, all the files under introduction. Okay, so the first thing is I have my video clip, which I removed from my camera. and then I have an outro that I want to put at the end of the intro. Then I have an audio because, like I said, I used to record my audio separately from a different device. So I will import the audio and then synchronize, and let's see. So to start with, let's create a sequence from this clip. So we'll just right click and come down and say create a new sequence from this clip. And you can see it has just created the sequence. The clip has been inputted here. Or another way you can do is you can double click on the video to have it on the source panel over here, and then you can move around to create an inlet and maybe an outlet. So at this point, if you want to take this point, you can just say click on I to mark the in point, and then if you want to take this point, you can click on O, the letter O, to mark the out point. So let's say I want to take at this point and place on the letter O, and then I will drag the whole video and audio together into my editing timeline. So you can see it over here. So this is how to bring in the video section of the tutorial. Maybe if you want to bring in sections, but in my own case, I want to use the entire clip. So the next is to drag the audio, the separate audio, and bring it in. Okay, so you can see it over here. I can just drag this to make it very clear. One thing I used to do is I usually synchronize. Let me delete this portion. I don't need it at this point. One thing I used to do is I would have to synchronize this audio with this audio. So I have shown how to synchronize, but I will do it for this as well. So just select everything, right click, and just come all the way. You come to synchronize, and you make sure the audio is selected, and you click on OK, and it's going to synchronize everything. Okay, so now everything is in sync. So the audios are synced. So I can mute this one, and I have this to myself. So what I used to do is I select the one that I recorded separately, and I can come all the way to make sure it is on the effects control panel over here. The next thing I do is to add my audio properties to enhance the quality of the audio, but then I have already shown how to add the different features, the different effects, audio effects, and I have saved mine as a preset. So all I need to do is to come to the effects over here, the effects panel over here, and come to presets, and I'll just drag my audio preset over here that I have saved. I'll just drag it and drop it, and you can see it has shown over here everything that I needed. You can see including the reverb and the parametric equalizer and the multiband compressor. These are the main features or effects that I use on my audio. So as you can see, I have added all of them to the audio. Right now we can proceed. I have added my audio effects. So the next thing is, let me do color correction and then color grading on the main video clip. I may decide to zoom out and may decide to cut at this point. I may decide to cut from this point onwards on the audio because I don't need it. Most of this point I don't need. So I will do the color correction. I just select the color and make sure everything is shown here, the effects control. But then I come to the windows over here and make sure I select lumetri color over here, and I select also the lumetri scopes so that I can see the distribution of the coloration over here. Like I've explained in the color section of the course, in color correction you work on the clip directly, but then you don't have to worry about what you are changing that much. You just worry about this profile, okay, to make sure you get it between 10 and 90. You get the range fall between 10 and 90. So all you need to do is to come back to your basic correction over here, and you can just play around with the exposure. You can just try to expose it a little bit, lower the exposure a little bit, increase the contrast to have it uniformly distributed if you want. Just a little. You can play with the highlights, just increase it a little. Just be mindful of what is happening here. It has to be between 90 and 10. So you can come down and up your blacks so that you can have it at 10, and then you can go up here to just increase the whites a little, and you can reduce your shadows or increase the shadows a little bit while looking at the lumetri scope, and then you can just bring down the highlight a little. Just bring down the whites so that it can come down to 90, and the contrast as well. Okay, so you can see the preview of what is happening. This is the originally how it's supposed to look when you are editing, when the camera is the real effect on the camera. So this is it without much lighting. This is the corrected how I look on the camera. So you can just be minding your business and just up it a little so you can have it between 10 and 90. Okay, so the corrections section is done. You can check the before and after. Before, and this is after. So you've corrected the highlight, the lighting and so on. So this is basic. Now the next thing is to do the color grading. Color grading, like I have explained, you have to come back here. Then you have to come down here and right click to create adjustment layer, or you select the introduction file, and then you can come over here to new bin. Just click on this new, and then you are creating something new, which is adjustment layer. Okay, so you can see adjustment layer over here. So you make sure you select this video settings 1920 by 1080 with this time base, and then you can say okay. Now you've created your adjustment layer. So all I need to do is to drag it and drop it on top of the video, and now I have to just come to the edge of it and just drag to the end of the clip so I can see the entire thing. Now I can zoom out. So while still on the adjustment layer, because the next thing is I have to adjust everything on the adjustment layer. Everything has to be adjusted on the adjustment layer, and this time around don't worry about the lumetri scopes, just be worried about the coloration. So I come to my basic coloration, and what I do here is, while still selecting the adjustment layer, I increase the exposure a bit, I increase the highlight a little bit, and then I bring down my blacks. Okay, so you can see I brought down my blacks. Okay, the speaker and some of the black things around, I bring it down, and then I increase the white a little. Okay, so this is what I do basically here. Next, I go to the creative, I sharpen the video, increase the sharpness, just like so, and increase the vibrance, and then maybe saturation I can decrease a little. Okay, so I think this kind of looks cool to me. But then the last thing I do, I come to the curves and I created 2 points to make sure I got the S shape. So I up it a little, I up the lighting a little over here, and then I bring it down a little bit so that it kind of looks perfect. So you can see it. I can bring it down a little. I think that kind of gets it to where I want. You can come to the red also, and you may want to bring it down a little. So this gets it to where I want. So you can check the before and after. Okay, everything is now changing. So this is what I do on the color correction. I don't do much on the hue and saturation and all that. I don't touch everything over there. I just make sure I start from there. Okay, I got it like this, and this is what I want. I think this is good. This is what I want. So then the next thing is I can now start editing the content, the clip in the main editing panel. I can now start cutting the parts that I don't want using my shortcut keys that I have shown how to use. So let's just go ahead and start. I can use the 1-2 icon to zoom out to the location that I want. I can use the shuttle left to kind of move faster, shuttle right to move faster to a location where I want to start my editing. So I click on this and then click on the letter Q to do trim to the left, and select everything here and do ripple delete so everything starts at the beginning.
Adobe Premiere Pro is the industry-leading software when it comes to video editing.
Now I like this point, so at this point I want to cut from here.
Adobe Premiere Pro is the industry-leading software when it comes to video editing.
Okay, so I don't need from here to the beginning, okay, because it's a repetition. So I just hit on Q to delete everything. Let me undo that. So I don't need from this point, to this point because it's a repetition. So I hit on letter Q to delete it and listen again.
If you're a beginner, I recommend you start with this course.
Okay, so I only want to cut this point at this point. I may want to cut this point, so create a cut, add edit with the letter C, and then come over here and delete. Okay,
if you're a beginner, I recommend you start with this course.
Then at this point I create another cut edit on all, and then I do trim to the left.
I'm Dr. Rashid, a speech and presentation coach. I've used Adobe.
Okay, so I can cut this point. I can cut.
Adobe Premiere Pro over the last 4 years to edit most of my video content, especially for my YouTube channel, for my social media handles, and all of the content creations I've done because of online courses.
So I can create another cut from here because most of these things I don't need. So from here, I click to remove.
To teach you everything you need to feel comfortable editing in Adobe Premiere Pro.
Now from this point, I don't need.
This course is designed to teach you everything you need to feel comfortable editing in Adobe Premiere Pro.
Okay, so I think I don't need all these. I can come down.
This course is designed to teach you everything you need to feel comfortable.
Okay, I can delete.
One of the most fundamental skills of video editing.
I don't need this. Okay.
Learn the most fundamental video editing skills, including you learn by the end of this course.
Okay, I need from here, so I can cut.
By the end of this course, you will learn the most fundamental basic video editing skills, including.
Okay, so I think at this point I have another audio that I attached to with this video. So I think I want to stop at this point. So I can just select and I can do ripple trim to the right by pressing on W, and it will delete everything to the right. And then I can select all this and create on D to ripple delete everything. So at this point, I would like to bring the ending point, which is the outro. So I can just drag my outro and put it anywhere around here. So I just put it. So this is my outro. I can just hover around and I can select it, make sure we have it at the effects control, and just increase it so that I can cover this small gap. So let's have a look at a preview at the video again by using the number 2 to zoom out and letter 1 to zoom in. So we can see from the beginning, everything is nearly set.
Adobe Premiere Pro is the industry-leading software when it comes to video editing. So if you are starting afresh, if you are a beginner, I recommend you start with this course. Hi.
So at this point, I want to bring in some graphics, which is I want to say my name. Hi, I am Dr. Rashid. So to bring in graphics, all I need to do is to make sure I come to Windows and make sure Essential Graphics is selected. And I can come to graphics over here. I can come down. Okay, so let's say from here, I drag this and I put it here. Like I said, I don't have this font, so I click and it takes anything close to it. So I select, I put my name, speech. So again, these are the panel. This is the control panel. You can select and edit everything. So let's say I select and I can change the coloration from white to something like blue. I can just hit and you can see it's coming out. Okay, something like black, you can see it. So I can change this Dr. Rashid also to the same coloration. Something like blue, dark blue, and say okay. Okay, so this is it, and I can play with the location of it. I can make sure I select it and I can play with location. I can move. Okay, I can select both of them. Let's say I come with the selection tool and select both of them, and I can move them to anywhere of my choice, for example here, and I can play around with the properties like sizing and all that, coloration and other effects also from here. I can even drop a shadow if I want, okay, to make it pop out a little bit. If you want to have background also, you can have background, and I can specify what background I want. So let's say I want something like a white background. Okay, and you can see. So let's try to have a preview about it.
this course. Hi, I'm Dr. Rashid,
okay,
a speech and presentation coach.
you can see how it came in and everything. So we can put in, if you like, you can put some transitions from here. So let's say we shift this a little bit inside. We shift it a little bit inside. Okay, and I want to bring in a transition and put it somewhere here. So all I need is to come back to effects, and we can come to video effects, and you come to video transitions. Sorry, you can come to video transitions, and we can see a list of them over here. Let's say I'm using wipe this time around. Okay, so I drag this wipe and put it on the clip, not on the adjustment layer, and I can just extend it a little bit, and let's see how it's going to look like in the preview.
Please start with this course. Hi,
Yeah,
I'm Dr. Rashid.
I think I don't like this one. Let me change it to something else. Center split. Let's do dissolve. Okay, let's do dissolve and dip to black, and just drag it and drop it somewhere here and just increase. So let's have a preview about how it's going to look like. Okay, so let's have a preview of the transition.
Start with this course. Hi, I'm Dr. Rashid.
Yeah, I think this is cool, but the timing it takes is kind of too much, so I reduce it, and then let me play again.
Start with this course. Hi, I'm Dr. Rashid.
Yeah, I think this kind of looks cool. Basically, this is how I edit my content. There is anything I need to add is the music and sound effects. So if you have any music and sound effect, you can easily bring it in and just put it down here. If you have anything at all you want to put, you can easily bring it in and put it. But for now, I want to keep this without music and sound effects. So everything is set, and I'm sure I'm starting with the coloration, I'm starting with the audio effects, and I'm starting with everything, and the wordings as well. I'm okay with it. So what I need is just to export it. So to export this video, I just come to file over here and come to export, come to media, and then you can come all the way to specify the name if this is the name you want. If it's not, you can just rename it to something of your choice, maybe let's say introduction, and then you specify the location like we've explained. So you just click on this to redefine the location. If this is not where you want it, you can always save it somewhere. So let's say I want to save it here. I choose this location, and everything should be left as it is. You can see an idea of how much size it's going to be, and what kind of properties, the audio properties and video properties, the output stage. You will find everything here. So I want to export the entire source. If you want to export specific section of it, you can export using specifying here and using the import and output like we have explained in the video. So once everything is confirmed, I can just click on export, and it's going to start rendering the video just like so, and very easily it's going to render it to that location. Okay, so it has started rendering. In 13 seconds everything will be completed. Okay, so it has just finished. You can see it has finished successfully. You can go to that location and try to play the video to have a preview of what you just exported. Okay, so you can see it over here. You just double click and you can see the video you have just exported. So let's try to listen to it.
Adobe Premiere Pro is the industry-leading software when it comes to video editing. So if you are starting afresh, if you are a beginner, I recommend you start with this course. Hi, I'm Dr. Rashid, a speech and presentation coach. I've used Adobe Premiere Pro over the last 4 years to edit most of my video content.
So basically this is it. This is the process, how to edit for a beginner, how to edit your video very fast with shortcut keys and edit everything and output to your test. Assuming you are starting with everything, one last thing that I would like to show with us is how to render and export your video into an MP4 format. So you can upload to your YouTube channel, or you can upload to any kind of media that you've connected with Adobe Premiere Pro. So once you're starting with what you have, if you are certain this is what you want, you are certain you've previewed, you've played, and you are certain of the content you've created, all you need to do is to start by coming to the file over here and you can come to export, file, export, and then you can come to media over here. So it's going to show you a preview about what you have. Okay, so this is the beginning, and this is a 5 minutes video clip. You can see the entire clip over here, and down here you have to select the basic settings. So the first thing is the name. So you confirm, is this the name of the file you gave it in the beginning? And then you can specify the location. So location, you just click on this, and then you specify that particular location you want to output your video in. So zooming in my own case, I want to output it here, and I choose this location, and just make sure you give it the name. And next is to select to match the presets, match the source adaptive high bitrate, which is usually the best. But if you want to go for high quality or high definition, you can come to HD 1080p, but I think I usually prefer this adaptive high bitrate. It's also usually fantastic, but you can use these higher ones or the lower ones if you so wish. It all depends on you, but I prefer to go with the default setting. And then you should make sure you select the H.264, which is what gives you the MP4 format. So every other thing you can keep it on, and then down here you have the opportunity to have an idea of the sizing of the video that you're going to produce, the output. Okay, so this is the size, an estimated file size of what you're going to produce. So this is the range, entire source, keep everything at default. This is the output location and the properties of what you are going to get. So you can just have a look at it, and everything you can leave at default. And once you are certain, you can just come over here and click on export. Okay, so once you're certain with everything, you can just come all the way here and click on export, and it's going to export this video to this location for you. Another thing I want to show us, which is usually I receive a lot of comments or complaints about this, is how to export a given section of the video, not the entire section, but maybe from this point to this point, just this selection. So all you need to do is to go back to the video. So for example, we can come back to edit, and you can come to select. So for example, we are editing, we want to take this point as our in point, and then maybe to this point as our out point. Okay, so from here to here, basically that's what we are going to export. So all you need to do is to make sure you are at the beginning and click on letter I to show the in point, and then you can come all the way to the ending and show the letter, and hit on the keyboard letter O to show the out point. Okay, so this is what you are going to see. This selection is what you are going to export. So by coming to export, it's going to show you a preview of what you are going to export. So all you need to do from here, and that you've selected the basic area you want, you can just come to file again. Okay, so you can come to file again, and then come to export. You can come to media, and it will bring you over here. So what differentiates this is this is the entire source. Okay, this is the range, this is the entire source. But then now you want to just export the in and out that you've selected. So you just click on it, and you can see the preview over here. And you can see from the size of the estimated file, it has also decreased to about 210 megabytes. So once you specify everything, all the location is correct, the name is correct, and everything is in detail according to what you want. Once you're certain with everything, you're certain with the location that you want to export, you can just come all the way here and click on export. And you can see it's just started rendering your file, and it's going to export it for you very nicely. All right, so now it has exported to this location. So let's just go to the location and have a preview about how our video is going to look like. So you can see it over here. We can just double click and to see it, just to have a look at the intro and how it's going to look like. Okay, so this kind of looks cool and fantastic. So this is it. So you can check out the name also over here.